What's up? What's up? How is everybody doing? Welcome to RossonARI TV. Today we're going to be talking about, guess what? Guess what? You know it, AC Milan. That's right. I still have not read any of Ibrahimovic's words. I have not heard what he said. I was busy yesterday. I wanted to do a reaction of what he was saying, what he said. So we're going to do it today. The way this is going to work, I want to see it in Italian because I want to see what he actually says, but we will also look at the translation for the English speakers and discuss pretty much his words. Other than that, we're going to be talking about other things that have come up regarding Xerxes and any new possible news. There's not much really as far as the market. There are a few updates regarding Xerxes, and Ibra apparently did say some things that I've come across related to the Xerxes operation. But AC Milan news, slow. Big day today because the Euro starts. Germany versus Scotland. We'll be doing a watch along. We'll be discussing Milan while that game goes on, and we'll kind of do that. I'll invite other people in the chat also when that starts. Anyway, Antonio's here. What's up, Antonio? How you doing?
Yo, what's up, Roy? I'm excited. I have some friends coming over that'll be watching the game with me, but I'll still be here and I'll be talking with you guys. I've had an internship the past few weeks. I've been reading good books. I've been running. I love this summer. My birthday's coming up, turning 21. Things going pretty good, man.
Oh, wow. Turning 21. So now from milk to alcohol, huh?
Yep.
All right. Enjoy your last glasses of milk, because after that it's all downhill from there. But anyway, congratulations on that. Okay, listen, let me say hi to people in the chat. What's up, Haisha Montana, Kim Barini, who just joined the What's Up chat. How you doing, Kim? Ronnie Milan, Edison, no Xerxes. Well, okay, let's get into this, guys. Let's see what this is all about. And let me see if I can get the translation on the meantime here. I have to find it. Actually, Antonio, can you see if you can find the
English version?
The translation. Okay, I found it. I found it.
By the way, so I watched this on my way to and from work. So I don't even know if I got the most important things, but yeah, I don't remember everything he said, so it's good that we review this. But yeah.
All right, let's get started. Tell me if the audio is good, if everything is fine.
It's a little bit low. It's a big glitch. Do you want me to do it?
I colleghi che ci stanno seguendo in streaming anche dall'estero e tutte le persone che ci stanno seguendo sui nostri canali YouTube, sull'app e su Milan TV. Allora, oggi parleremo di calcio, parleremo di Milan, parleremo di futuro, parleremo di visione, parleremo di impegno.
Okay, so what is this? This is a seminar. This is not a press conference. This is a seminar.
Yeah, but they asked.
This is the World Economic Forum AC Milan. What is this? Anyway, this guy is introducing the program today.
Tutte qualità e valori che secondo me vengono ben incarnati in una persona. Quindi avremo Zlatan Ibrahimovic che vi racconterà in un dialogo aperto con voi, quindi questo è molto importante, quella che è la nostra visione per il futuro dell'area sportiva, ma anche per il presente.
All right, so Ibra is going to discuss the future of the sporting area. Yes.
Oh, by the way, also Chiellini is on commentary for Fox for the Euros.
Okay, all right.
Abbiamo deciso di creare un format un po' originale e quindi avremo il nostro giornalista di Milan TV, Simone Nobilini, che inizierà a fare una conversazione.
All right, let's get into it. Come on, I don't need to hear this.
Che invito sul palco, Simone Nobilini, e ovviamente vorrei che anche venisse Zlatan Ibrahimovic.
So they're going to have a Milan news journalist. Oh, this is the girl. This is the name. I've been hearing journalists, maybe it's no, I don't know if it's her, but I've been hearing journalists talk about someone that Redbird has hired to do their media for them, to do their PR, and she's the one that is putting out all the information, all that BS you read about Maldini this, Maldini that. The reason why there's so many people that don't like Maldini is because of the propaganda. Maybe this person here it's maybe her. Let's see.
Ibrahimovic.
All right.
Most people think 401ks are a retirement tool, but in fact,
you know what? Let me change to my premium account so we don't have any.
Yeah, you don't have YouTube. Do you have YouTube Premium?
Yeah, I do, but in a different account. Let me just change account.
Yeah. So wait, what's this news about that girl? So how long has she been there? Do you know?
Oh no, I've heard it it's been a while now, but they've been talking about her. She's pretty aggressive. That she is the head PR lady of Redbird, and she's the one that spreads all the Redbird Cardinale. Anything that you see that on the media, which is regarding Cardinale, Redbird, or whatever, it comes from this I guess it's a company or a PR company that they hired. This could be the person. I can't remember the name. It's a female, but that was a man.
I don't see any female people in this live from what I remember. But
all right, so maybe it's not her. Maybe it's not this person. But yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Let me just get to my other account, guys. Give me a second.
In the meantime, the lineups for the Euro game, I can read them actually. Germany, again, there's no Milan players in this game. Germany's lineup is Manuel Neuer. Then they're playing a back four. They could always change, but with Mittelstadt, Jonathan Tah, Rudiger, Kimmich. And the midfield is Toni Kroos, Andrich from Leverkusen, Gundogan, and they have an attack of Florian Wirtz, Havertz, and Musiala. So overall, really good. I'm interested to see how they do because they should win this game. They're playing at home, and they are. I consider them one of the favorites. So the Scotland lineup is goalkeeper's Gunn. Their back three is Tierney, Porteous, and Hendry. Robertson of Liverpool is playing like left wing back.
Buongiorno.
Gregor, McTominay, Ralston, and their front three is Christie, Adams, and McGinn. So they should lose this game, but we'll see. No Ferguson of Bologna because he's injured.
Okay, all right. All right, let's get into it. Can see it, hear it.
Partner operativo di Redbird Capital Partners, il tuo oltre che signora.
Dopo, adesso lascio la parola a Simone, che invito sul palco, Simone Nobilini, e ovviamente vorrei che anche venisse Zlatan Ibrahimovic.
Buongiorno a tutti, aspettiamo l'ingresso anche di Zlatan. Buongiorno.
Buongiorno a tutti, benvenuti.
Eccolo qua, il nostro partner operativo di Redbird Capital Partners,
il tuo
oltre che senior advisor della proprietà e del senior management di AC Milan. Zlatan, avremo tempo poi per parlare di quello che è il tuo ruolo nel dettaglio all'interno di AC Milan, ma inizierei un po' da quello che è stato l'inizio, insomma, della tua terza vita al Milan, perché sei arrivato da calciatore nella stagione 2010-2011. Hai ottenuto uno scudetto e una Supercoppa italiana immediatamente, poi sei tornato nella stagione 19-20, hai riportato il club ad alti livelli e ora è iniziata un'altra vita al Milan fuori dal campo, quindi si tratta di una novità. È la prima volta che parli di fronte a così tanti giornalisti nel tuo nuovo ruolo e quindi quello che ti chiedo è cosa vuoi portare di te, della tua personalità all'interno del Milan.
All right, so what do you bring? What do you want to bring to Milan based on your personality? Let's see what it says.
Posso iniziare a dire che dopo 6 mesi mi è già arrivato capelli grigi. Allora, se lavora. No, dopo il mio ritiro di calcio, ovvio, quando dopo 20-25 anni in calcio hai un'altra libertà nel vita di fare le cose. Poi ho 2 figli che ho perso, non perso, però sono stato fuori famiglia per tanto, perché con calcio c'è questo sacrificio, ma non nel negativo, perché quando uno è professionista si spende tanto tempo con calcio, in alberghi, partite, poi viaggi. Poi ho avuto questo momento di stare più vicino e fare diverse cose, no? Poi quando smetti, il mio test è importante essere attivo, no? In senso di allenarmi così. Allora andavo avanti così. Poi mi è arrivata una chiamata da Giorgio Furlani. Chi non conosce lui è il nostro uomo di Milan, Giorgio. Vieni a Milanello, fai un saluto e da lì vediamo. E non sapevo niente, era tutto con, come si dice, con amicizia, no? Per quello che ho fatto, la storia, bla bla bla.
Ce lo ricordiamo bene quel giorno, avevi anche proposto di tornare in campo a Mister Pioli.
Sì, ero pronto anche di tornare. E poi da lì siamo andati avanti, ho fatto il mio primo incontro con Jerry Cardinale. Abbiamo parlato solo io e lui, è un meeting da qualche ore, faccio una storia lunga a corto, dove lui mi chiedeva di vita, di cosa pensi, cosa vuoi fare adesso e così, e mi ha dato una proposta di tornare in Milan, però via essere operating partner in Redbird. Poi ho spiegato semplice a Jerry, se devo entrare in Milan deve essere un progetto vincente, perché con mia mentalità, chi mi conosce personalmente, chi mi conosce da giocatore, sa che io non accetto perdere, e non è che non mi piace perdere, proprio non accetto perdere. Devo vincere, voglio vincere e vincerò. E Jerry ha risposto benvenuto. Allora siamo su stessa pagina, con ambizione, e cosa volevo fare, cosa pensa Jerry di Milan. Poi da lì siamo partiti e come ho detto, dopo 6 mesi già capelli grigio, però passo per passo.
Però sei sempre in forma, quindi ti teniamo molto volentieri così.
No.
E direi proprio di sì. Direi proprio di sì.
No, mi sento forte, perché?
Sempre così.
There's an English, yeah. Okay. No, I wanted to see it anytime because in English, the translation gets lost a lot, and I want to see his, what he says, how he says it, his demeanor, the way he carries himself. Yeah, he pretty much kind of explaining why he did this, and essentially he is an operating partner to Redbird. He did want to make sure that people know that and we know this, he's an operating partner to Redbird, and at the same time he hasn't really explained what he does at Milan, but essentially he says that they asked him to join Milan. They asked him what he wanted to do to join Milan, but he hasn't said exactly what his role is. He said that when he spoke to Cardinale, he said, I will only do this if it's a winning project, because I don't like losing. And Cardinale says, welcome on board. So a lot of, I don't know what you want to call that, but nothing special right now. Just formalities, kind of. Nothing has been said. Antonio, did you pick up anything that maybe I left off?
I think it gets more interesting like after this, but yeah, no, like he gets more into it, but as of now, yeah, it just says he wants to win and all that BS, but yeah, nothing much.
Yeah, and key word here that I want people to really install in their head is we finally have a title for Ibrahimovic, operating partner to Redbird. He titled himself as that, and now that's it. He is an operating partner to Redbird. That's his title. His own words. His own words. All right, let's keep on going.
Non abbiamo dubbi su
No,
questo.
sono forte, credo.
Sempre, sempre. Senti, a proposito del tema legato a Jerry Cardinale, lo hai introdotto tu e hai parlato appunto di quella che è l'ambizione della proprietà del Milan. È stata questa la cosa che ti ha colpito di più di Jerry Cardinale nel tuo primo incontro con lui e anche nei incontri successivi che tu hai avuto con Jerry Cardinale? Qual è stato l'aspetto che ti ha colpito di più?
Interesting question. So he asked, so was it that did Jerry Cardinale's ambition, his personality convince you? Now, again, this is a Milan journalist. These questions are prepared. This is very similar to American politics. This sounds like a prepared question with a prepared answer to make Jerry look good. But let's see what he says. Let's see what he says.
Con Jerry abbiamo parlato tanto prima di iniziare questa avventura, questa terza vita, come hai detto te, per me in Milan. E ho conosciuto la persona e parliamo stessa lingua, stesso pensieri. Jerry è un vincente perché quando prende le cose con Milan posso dire per lui è personale, che vuole arrivare e fare in suo modo con un'ambizione forte e chiaro che bisogna creare un progetto vincente, ma non solo per presente, ma in lungo. E ho detto, Jerry, sono un uomo perfetto allora, mi presento e lavoriamo. Però con intelligenza, ovvio, con smart, come non c'è, io sono da 6 mesi, però come hanno lavorato da due anni e da lì siamo partiti, però con grande ambizione.
Arriviamo al punto invece strettamente legato
He's essentially trying to put Jerry over, you know. I think that was the purpose of this question, trying to put Jerry over, trying to depict him as a guy that with a winning mentality, with a winning temperament, with this project, long-term successful project that he wants to build. And Ibra pretty much said, yeah, I am the perfect man for that. And then Ibra said, yeah, you know, that's why he joined Milan, because Jerry has those kind of ambitions, but things need to be done in a smart way. I don't know. This one here, honestly, is a little bit of a propaganda kind of thing here going on. Antonio, what do you make out of this particular question?
To be honest with you, Roy, you got to come back to me because I just watched they just did the inaugural like trophy lifting, and they did a tribute to Beckenbauer that I was watching. The game's about to start, but I kind of missed that question. But what did he ask?
No, I'm not gonna go over it again, bro. I'm gonna keep on going.
Yeah, keep going.
Lo anticipavamo prima, al tuo ruolo all'interno appunto della società Redbird, ma anche ovviamente di AC Milan. Da calciatore eri un attaccante capace di fare un po' di tutto, non solo di segnare. Ti abbiamo visto fare davvero un quantitativo di cose senza precedenti forse. Qui al Milan invece ora, attualmente, in cosa consiste precisamente il tuo ruolo?
Il mio ruolo è
all right, now we have it. He asked them right away, so what is your job in AC Milan? Let's see what he says.
semplice, capisco che tanti chiedono e sono curioso. Sono operating partner di Redbird, dove mia responsabilità è Milan, dove lavoro molto vicino a Jerry Cardinale, e in Milan faccio collaborazione con Moncada e Fulani, e sono coinvolto quasi, si può dire tutto, da casa Milan a Milanello e Vismara, ma con tutto questo non è un one man show, ognuno ha il suo ruolo, ognuno è importante e ognuno ha la sua responsabilità, perché come squadra lavora in campo c'è un'altra squadra sopra squadra che lavora. Semplice, no?
Molto.
Okay. All right.
Yo, Roy.
Yeah.
Also, like, don't you find it like pretty just pathetic that they're making Ibrahimovic go up and like talk? I mean, okay, his Italian is good, but like it's kind of like sad that he's the one who's saying all this stuff, whereas we have sporting directors and everything that are just sitting there like acting like bystanders. It's kind of like if he messes up, like they put the blame on him, and also he of course he commands more respect, like because he's actually respected in football. So of course I can see why they did it, but it kind of, for me, it's kind of cheap. You know what I mean?
Yeah, a lot of it is seems to be very showy, showbiz here. But anyway, he responded to what his duty is, and he once again restated that he is an operating partner to Redbird. And he does, and we know that he also works for Redbird in other ways, but he did not mention that. So he just mentioned the AC Milan aspect, and as an operating partner of Redbird in Milan, he works closely to Jerry Cardinale as a consigliere, pretty much as someone that gives him advice, but he also works in all the departments with Moncada and Furlani, and he's basically part of the team of people that make decisions and et cetera, et cetera. So that's what he said his job is. It's very simple. He's just one of the heads there that makes decisions. Anything else I might have left off?
No, that's fair. Also, Kangu is in the chat, which I haven't seen him in a while.
Oh yeah, he's been around. All right,
The
let's
game's
go.
about to start.
Molto semplice. Abbiamo parlato anche poco fa di quanto il Milan sia riuscito a tornare al top del calcio italiano dopo qualche anno di difficoltà. Dal tuo ritorno è arrivata una qualificazione in Europa League, e parliamo ovviamente del secondo ritorno, poi il ritorno in Champions League 7 anni dopo l'ultima volta, il 19° scudetto, una semifinale di Champions League. Qual è adesso però il prossimo step da conquistare? Perché chiaramente anche dopo il secondo posto della passata stagione i tifosi, anche forse come te, non sono contenti e vogliono qualcosa in più.
No, il prossimo step è di rinforzare la squadra, che fa diventare ancora più forte per essere competitivi. Per obiettivi che abbiamo, obiettivi in Milan e trofei, ma non solo in Italia, anche in Europa, perché la storia di Milan è anche Europa, dove sono stati forti per tanto tempo. Poi c'è un periodo da 2011, da 2023, dove Milan non era da Milan. Poi adesso, ultimi anni, è tornato di essere al top, ma ambizione e obiettivi sono di essere, ma non solo presente, anche nel lungo. Ogni anno si gioca per trofei. Come dico, Milan non vince, Milan fa la storia. Questa è la differenza fra noi e altri, e questo vale per tutti. Chi entra in Milan deve avere stessa ambizione di vincere e di fare la storia, e chi è già dentro Milan e non ha questa ambizione e obiettivi non avrà spazio.
Okay, so they asked him what the new prospects and what the new ambitions are, and he kind of gave an answer. To me, it sounded kind of scripted the way he responded to it. He's a little bit nervous. Yeah, it's the usual. It's really just all propaganda at the end of the day. It's just like, yeah, Milan players. The next step is to reinforce the squad and maintain the history of Milan. Milan winning in Europe, winning in Italy, and people that work in the club need to have the Milan mentality, and the kind of same things that we were once told by an owner that actually believed it, but actually really wanted to do that, but had the ambition to create that history. And right now, it kind of more to me sounds like he's just saying the usual script. The thing why it's a script is because actions speak louder than words, and the actions that they have been taken do not really coincide with those kind of ambitions. So for me right now, this is a whole bunch of propaganda. The question was, what is the future of Milan? And he's saying, yeah, we got to get better players and maintain this mentality. Take it with a grain of salt, believe it, don't believe it. I don't know. It kind of sounds scripted to me. Antonio, what do you think about this?
Yeah, no, I think it's just, I don't really know. I love Ibrahimovic, and I think he's actually underrated as a player, but just because he didn't win big trophies, people bash on him, whatever. But I think he's technically amazing. I have so much respect for the guy, but this feels artificial. And later on in this video, you're going to see some things that he says that kind of sound contradicting to all of these things about winning and, all of these like big club mentality things he's saying. And I just don't see how you can reconcile that. And I think Germany's about to score, but yeah, the game already started. So just letting you guys know the game's on. But yeah, anyways, you can keep going. We'll see what he says.
Perché devi avere questo pensiero, questa mentalità e obiettivi. Più o meno, poi con tifosi, nessuno ha detto che noi siamo soddisfatti. Siamo arrivati secondi in Europa League, abbiamo fatto non bene, ma siamo d'accordo con con loro, che sembra che parlo con una persona, invece parlo con tutto il mondo adesso. Che non siamo soddisfatti, che vogliamo più. Però dopo un campionato si fa una valutazione cosa ha funzionato, cosa non è funzionato, dove possiamo migliorare, dove già sta andando bene, dove cose sono buone, però qua non c'è limite. Qua vogliamo migliorare, essere più forte di quello che è oggi. Per questo siamo nella stessa pagina.
Senti, noi ti conosciamo molto bene ormai, caratterialmente.
Sicuro?
Sappiamo...
Allora non sbagliare.
No. Assolutamente no, non lo faremo. Ma a proposito proprio di questo, sei una persona comunque che crede molto in quello che fa, che quando entra in un progetto crede molto in quel progetto, perché ne sei direttamente coinvolto, e che cosa ti rende ottimista nei confronti appunto del futuro del Club AC Milan?
No, sono molto ottimista, sono molto positivo.
Interesting question. So now the question is, what keeps you optimistic regarding the future of AC Milan? Let's see what he says.
Abbiamo un gruppo con dirigenti che sono giovani, hanno tanto fame, vogliono fare la differenza. Abbiamo nostra strategia, idea, plan che stiamo seguendo. Non è perché perdi una partita, vai in panico, si cambia tutto. No, siamo molto fiduciosi in quello che facciamo. È tutto sotto controllo e stiamo seguendo la strategia che abbiamo messo. Il futuro è positivo.
Oof. Ouch. So his answer to his optimism is that he said Milan has some very young and hungry directors, which is not good. We have no need to have any young directors. We should have experienced directors who are hungry and who are wolves and lions and know how to compete against the best. So already there, that's a little bit concerning when we talk about Milan. And then he said that it is they're just following the strategy, and no matter if games go bad or not, they're going to maintain the strategy. And he's very sold on Milan's strategy to build a successful team. Now we know what the strategy is because Jerry Cardinale has been pretty transparent about how he wants to run Milan and what his plans are. It's his ultimate idea, guys. Furlani, Ibra, Moncada, they don't get to decide how Milan is run. They just get to execute what Jerry wants. So we know what Jerry wants and the strategy. And Ibra says that he believes in the strategy and he believes in the team of people that are working to develop and execute this strategy. And that's where his optimism comes from. Antonio, any thoughts on this one or things that maybe I missed?
Yeah, I don't know if he was talking about the management or the players when he said like the hungry players, but
no, he said the
yeah, I know he said Dirigenti, but like, and then he said like, oh, we're not going to change the plan if we lose, but you lost 5-1, you lost to Roma, you lost like multiple games, so there has to be a bit of solidity, you know. You have to realize where you're wrong.
Good point. Okay, let's keep on going.
E poi ognuno fa questo lavoro per il Milan, non c'è obiettivi personali, perché se uno ha obiettivi personali.
Now here he said something that I don't believe. I don't know. I'm not accusing him of lying, but he said that everybody here is doing things exclusively for AC Milan. Nobody is doing anything for personal objectives or for personal career, etc. It's all because of now. Obviously, this is not true. Because that's not reality. That's not how reality works. I don't know why do they need to lie to us? I don't understand. What do you think about this? Because Antonio, obviously we know that's not true. Why do you think he needs to say this? Like, what's going on here?
It's panic control because they know that they've been getting criticism, and they have to put on a face of strength. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's really it's meant to fool someone. I don't know who they're fooling. Like, I guess there are people that are getting fooled by this. And again, we understand it's just the corporate professional world. There are things that needs to be said. Even if they didn't believe these things, they have to say them. We completely understand. That's the professional world. Otherwise, this would be a protest, not introduction to Ibrahimovic in AC Milan. But anyway, yeah, it's basically, from what I'm gathering from this, it looks more like an interview, really. It looks like more a presentation, like the presentation of Ibrahimovic to Milan. That's what it kind of looks like to me.
It's a lot about Ibrahimovic, and that's why people are mad at it, because he just talked about himself for most of it. You know?
Yeah, that's what I'm getting. I'm getting that this is not really about AC Milan. This is more about like a presentation of Ibrahimovic in AC Milan. And he's saying a lot of corporate scripts, okay, yeah. Let me see what you guys in chat are saying. Roy, in other words, Ibra is say we have inexperience and incompetent management. Ibrahimovic doesn't believe in the strategy. I 1000% believe that. Yeah, I have my suspicions too. All right, let's keep on going.
Non è uomo giusto per Milan, invece tutto quello che facciamo è per Milan e per il meglio.
E direi che questo è uno statement piuttosto chiaro. Chiudiamo.
Ma non solo con parlare, perché non voglio stare qua a dare promesse che non posso tenere o falsità, andare avanti telecamera per farmi vedere e bla bla bla. Invece lo vogliamo dimostrare e se lavora tutti i giorni, anche se c'è un po' silenzio non significa che non si lavora. Al contrario, se lavora tutti i giorni perché non siamo un podcast o un talk show. Invece quando c'è qualcosa di dire o comunicare, come questa bella giornata oggi, si comunica.
Okay, very interesting. So as soon as he said all of those, what I just described as corporate script talking points, he said, "But this is not just talk. We really like the people that here are all in for Milan, and only those people are the people that can work here. If someone does not have Milan in their heart, they don't belong here," which is a huge hypocritical statement, especially coming from Maldini and Massara and what. So there's a side argument there that you can make here. But now he's trying to play hardball. He's trying to say, yeah, we're not a talk show. We're all action. And we're going to show the world essentially with our actions that what we mean.
Germany 1-0.
What we say we mean. Yeah, I still don't buy it. I still don't buy it because at the end of the day, this is really the Jerry Cardinale show, and because we are lucky to have a president that has not an owner, sorry, but does a lot of seminars where he's very transparent. We actually know how the club is being run. So that's why it's hard to be fooled right now.
E spesso e volentieri silenzio significa anche impegno.
Occhio, chi è silenzio è più pericoloso.
Anche. Senti, chiudiamo questa prima parte appunto della nostra chiacchierata prima di lasciare poi la parola alle domande dei giornalisti qui presenti con la comunicazione che farai direttamente tu, e lascio la parola ovviamente a te su chi sarà il nuovo allenatore.
I mean, if you don't trust Zlatan, then who will you trust? I mean, it's not about Zlatan is just an employee. That's it. He's just an employee. He's saying what he has to say. Zlatan can't say anything else because otherwise he'd be fired. Who do I trust? I trust Jerry Cardinale. I trust what Jerry says. It's his club. It's his money. He is the one that decides how the club is being run. And I think it's not very difficult to come to the conclusion that the way Jerry wants to run Milan, it's very hard to imagine that methodology can compete with Europe, like Ibra said. Ibra said that we want to win in Europe. It's very hard to believe that Milan can come to the levels of Real Madrid and Man City, especially with what our philosophy is regarding buying players and also the ambition of Jerry. Jerry did not buy Milan because he is in love with football and in love with Champions Leagues and Scudetto. Jerry just found out about this stuff recently, literally, which is insane. Jerry got Milan because he found an opportunity that he liked to make money. Jerry said that the reason why he got into football was because of the cash flow. There's a lot of cash flow, and also there is this idea, the Moneyball idea, buy low, sell high. So when you ask who do you trust, I don't need to trust anybody. I trust that what Jerry says in his economic seminars is the truth, because that's what he does those seminars for, to say the truth about how he operates economically. Because when he does the seminars, he's not talking about football, he's talking about finances, and he needs to show to his audience that he knows how to handle finances and he knows how to invest and make profits. So Milan is just one of Jerry's assets. Jerry has many different assets. Milan is just one. Zlatan is pretty much right now a guy that I think is getting paid really well. And I honestly, this is just my opinion, I think that the real reason why Zlatan joined this group, maybe I wouldn't say real reason, but the main reason why I think Zlatan joined this group is because Jerry is part of a circle of people that is very powerful, celebrities that work in the entertainment media industry, and that's kind of where Ibra falls into. Ibra, I think, is trying to get into that world and get in the world of investments, assets, and that's also what he does at Redbird. He also helps Jerry Cardinale look at other different investments and assets in media and sports. I think that's the real reason why Ibra did this. I mean, I wouldn't say the real reason. That's maybe the main reason. That's the monetary reason. Because obviously, guys, when Ibra says that everybody in the club is there only working for Milan, it's not true. Come on, guys. Everybody knows that is not true. There was only one human being in the world that can say that, and people can actually believe him, and that's Paolo Maldini. But everybody else, they're there because they want to. It's because they need a job, they need to work, and it's a big job. It's a career job. It's a big career. It's a lot of money. It's for personal reasons. So we can believe the fairy tales all you want, but everything is really dictated by money and business. That is where the focus is in everything, not just Milan, in everything. Now, Ibra, I think he believes that he can help the team get better and the team become more successful. I do believe that he can help, and I do believe that he must have gained some sort of acumen, some sort of intelligence, and some sort of experience in his years as a footballer in the footballing world. And obviously, eventually that will translate somehow, some way. I believe that he believes in himself. But at the end of the day, as Ibra just said here, Ibra is just one of the people that helps to make decisions. He is not the guy that makes the final decisions. He is not one of the main guys that make decisions either. He is just there as an advisor, essentially. And I think, yeah, honestly, it's a good role for him because it's, like you have to learn the ropes. It's a good place to start. But at the end of the day, we got to be realistic here. We can't fall for fairy tales. Antonio, I don't know. What do you think? Anything else you want to add?
I think Ibra. I agree with you that Ibra is just more of like a passive observer in this case. He might be making a few recommendations, but you know what I mean. Like, I don't think he's. I do think that it's mainly Jerry that he's just sort of shadowing and getting those connections, and also again like. It doesn't. There's not really one clear plan here, and he's going to contradict himself soon. So, yeah, I don't know. Especially with the manager, when he starts talking about him, I just don't understand because there's no way you tell me that Ibra chooses Fonseca over Conte and other people. So, I don't know.
Okay, interesting. The Redbird rolling out Zlatan to try to calm the fans. It's scripted what he's saying. Redbird hopes that this will make them look like they have a plan other than chasing 18 million players. Redbird is giving Glazer vibes. Yeah, I think it's very similar. Yeah, I think there are similarities. Do you think Zlatan would back a fake agenda just for money? No, it's not fake. It's not fake. What do you mean fake? He has a name brand to protect. I think your words should count for something. But we know what Jerry wants to do. Do you think that buying Rangers Loftus-Cheek and Musa is going to get you the Champions League trophy? Selling Tonali and buying Rangers Loftus-Cheek, Musa, Okafor is going to get you a Champions League? These kind of signings. Look at what's happening with Xerxes. Guys, we have our salary cap is 85 million. Inter salary cap is 120 million. I mean, Zlatan believes Zlatan is essentially lying to us, yes, but the agenda is profession. We're in the sports world. Guys. I am a Milan fan. I worked for PSG. Right, I had to wear the PSG shirt, the PSG logo. I had to talk to parents, to people, and to always hype up PSG. You'd think I was a PSG fan, but I'm a Milan fan. This is just the world of football. This is just how things work. Zlatan said it himself at the London seminar. He did with Cardinale to the question, why did you decide to embark on this project with Jerry? He said, Jerry made me an offer I couldn't refuse. Yes. And also from what I heard, he's making a lot of money, guys. Also, I heard, I don't know if it's true, but I think he's making something like 5 to 6 million between the two companies. Now, I don't know if this is true. But anyway, Ace, I'm going to open up the channels in a sec. So if you want to debate that, yeah, come ahead. Okay, let's keep on going.
Dell'AC Milan a partire dalla stagione 2024-2025.
Prima di iniziare voglio dire grazie a Stefano Pioli per quello che ha fatto per Milan da parte di proprietà, di società e da me personalmente, perché l'ho avuto come giocatore e come d'altra parte. Quello che ha fatto per Milan rimane nel storia. Come ho detto, il Milan non vince, il Milan fa storia. Se tu guardi ex giocatori, ex allenatori, chi si ricorda è quelli che hanno fatto la storia. E fare la storia bisogna portare trofei. E per questo voglio ringraziare Pioli, merita tutti i complimenti che ha avuto, che avrà. Poi il nuovo allenatore di Milan.
All right, he's about to talk about the new coach.
Sarà Paolo Fonseca, dove abbiamo studiato bene, abbiamo messo le criteri, cosa cerchiamo, cosa vogliamo, e con tanti pensieri abbiamo scelto Paolo Fonseca per portare sua identità di quelli giocatori che abbiamo.
I don't. You see, you cannot believe this. There is no chance in hell. Ibra right now is saying, you know, we chose Paulo Fonseca because he met all these criterias and all of this stuff, and we want to bring Paulo Fonseca's mentality to AC Milan. We know that Ibrahimovic is a dog, and he likes coaches. He said his favorite player was Gattuso. Ibra said that the favorite player he used to play with was Gattuso because Gattuso is a dog. Like, we know that Ibra likes those kind of guys, the Van Bommels, the Conte, the Conceição. So right now he's definitely playing the part. Right now, for sure, he's definitely playing the part.
Per come vogliamo che gioca la squadra, con un gioco dominante, offensivo, e volevamo portare dopo 5 anni a tutto rispetto a Pioli, qualcosa nuovo a giocatori, dove abbiamo studiato.
So he said they want to bring a dominant offensive style of play and also something new to the players with respect of Pioli.
Come allena, come gioca, come prepara le partite, e portare qualcosa nuovo anche a San Siro, dove serve, dopo 5 anni serve qualcosa nuovo. E con questi giocatori che abbiamo, quale fa matching, come si dice, matching, che clicca più possibile. E Fonseca era l'uomo giusto.
Wow, holy shit. Damn. So yeah, so a new coach, new stimulations, essentially, new methods of training, new methods of football, etc., etc. So they just wanted to bring something new to this to the team, and get these players to match up with Fonseca. But this is strange. This is a little bit strange. Antonio, what do you make out of this? What do you make out of this?
Yeah, this is just BS, to be honest. Like, it's not, you're hiring a coach, you talk about winning and you hire a coach who has nothing on his CV. Like, I saw the announcement that the club made about Fonseca. You got to see the way they were talking about him. They were trying to act like he was a winner, but then they were explaining his achievements. They were like, oh, he dominated Ukraine. Like, you have to be honest. See, okay, if you put Fonseca as your coach, all you have to do is say, we don't want a coach that's going to dictate the transfer market. We want a coach that can work with young players, increase their value. We want a coach that is going to be good to work with and you know, for those reasons, you don't go and lie to the fans because that, like, we're not this stupid. This is very obvious. Now, of course, we're going to give them a chance and we're going to see what they do, but that's why they're getting this guy at the end of the day, and that's the reason, and they're lying to us about it.
I wish they were honest, man. Like, honestly, like, I would respect this project way more. I would respect this project way more if it would just be honest about it. Like, don't say you want to win this, you want to win that. Just say we want to grow players. And for me, I think they put this. They put the stream down. Can you guys hear me in chat? Is the stream still? No, the stream is up.
2-0 to Germany, by the way.
I'm just saying this, like, I would respect it much more if it would just be like, yeah, we want to grow young players, we want to play this kind of football, we want to do this. And I'll be like, okay, you know, then let's do that. But instead they want to pretend all this other shit. I don't know. All right, let's keep on going. I don't know what's going on with the stream, but essentially Ibra right now is just playing the part, and he's doing what he has to do because it's his job. Obviously, he has to behave as if he believes in it. He has to do that for the sake of the players. He has to do that. So, you know, he has to be professional, and there's no question about that.
Siamo molto fiduciosi e ci crediamo tanto.
Avete creduto ovviamente nell'amalgama, possiamo definirla così, per quando parlavi di matching appunto tra giocatori e nuovo allenatore. Zlatan, intanto grazie per questa prima parte di chiacchierata. Io ora lascio la parola a Pierdonato Vercellone e ancora a Zlatan Ibrahimovic per le domande di tutti i giornalisti.
Grazie Simone. Grazie.
All right, now it's going to go into the. There was a message saying violation of streaming.
What? What happened?
Is it still on?
Oh, I just saw it. If you go in the thing, they like put a message on top of the stream. Like it says stream unavailable, suspended for policy violations.
Let me see.
But it's back up now, so I don't know. Maybe we don't know if...
Let's see. Streams are interrupted when copyright content is there. If a copyright material is no longer being streamed, streams are automatically re-enabled. It's a copyright, nothing else. It's fine. Anyway, I mean, I kind of see where this is going, so we don't even have to watch the rest of it. But what was the contradiction?
See, I forget exactly what he said, but they were talking about the transfer market. They're talking about I mean, it was interesting. They were talking about a lot of different things. There were some good questions. But he kind of would just make it about himself and flip the questions. So
Yeah.
it wasn't anything super good. But again, it's like they ask him about, like, they ask him why not Conte, and he's like, oh, because he wasn't right for our team or whatever, or for the project, and like he basically tries to get around that. But there were some good questions.
Okay, we might look at it then in that case. Yeah, the thing that kind of like honestly has been really off-putting is just like he's doing what he has to do. So I respect that. I respect that he has to be a professional. He can't be saying what he can't be saying what we all think what we say, for example, because we don't work for Jerry. We're just people with opinions, but he actually works for Jerry, works for Redbird, so he has to say what he says. Therefore, it kind of already tells me that every single answer to every single question is going to be manipulated by So it's very off-putting, to be honest with you. I don't know what I expected, to be honest with you. I don't know what I expected. I'll tell you this. I hope that whatever he does it successfully for the good of the team, because at the end of the day, if he can help Milan be better, that'll be great. But at the end of the day, the project, the methodology of this Milan is not the same as you would think of a team with real top level ambitions. This is, I honestly think that maybe reaching second last year was an overachievement at this point, and Pioli maybe deserves credit for that. Maybe it comes down to that. But I think when a team is serious, when a team really is serious, and when a team is really building to be a dominant team, a team that is wants to be a historical team. Something that he said here, Ibra said, Milan is a team that writes history. Milan is not like any other team. It's a team, but you don't write history by not winning trophies. You only write history by winning trophies. At the end of the day, in order to win trophies with this methodology, you have to be very lucky. You have to really depend on your opponents crumbling. You have to depend on being in a good spot while someone else is in a bad spot. But when it'll come down to real competition, the teams that have way more ambition, way more drive, and they actually show it through their actions are going to be the teams that are always going to be on top. You can be close to that upper echelon area because Milan is a team with resources, and Milan can attract good players regardless. But then there's that upper stratosphere. With this methodology, there's nothing that can convince me that with this methodology you can get to those levels. Also the fact that many of the people that work in the club are inexperienced in football. They haven't played football, first of all. Moncada's 36. I mean, Paolo Maldini played as many years a football player from his youth to his retirement, longer than Moncada's full life. So imagine that. Then Furlani, guys, is a portfolio manager. This job landed on his feet. And Jerry is a guy that up until 5 years ago, he didn't even know that Milan had 7 Champions Leagues. He didn't know. He didn't even know that Milan was this prestigious club. When he got Milan, he probably thought it was just a mid-level club. So I don't know who they're trying to fool with all of this, but definitely not me and many of us. Okay, all right, let's keep it going. Let's see what else is there.
Simone, sei sempre molto bravo. Altrimenti diventa un dialogo e purtroppo poi appunto rubiamo spazio e tempo ad altri. Quindi iniziamo. Io direi che abbiamo fatto,
Nobilini ha fatto un bel cappello, e allora andrei un po' più sull'attualità, no? Hai parlato della scelta dell'allenatore, ma hai detto anche che questo Milan lo volete più competitivo per tornare ai massimi livelli in Italia e in Europa. Da quello che abbiamo capito, la priorità del mercato del Milan è prendere un grande attaccante, no? Allora ti chiedo a che punto
There he is.
siete sulla trattativa Zirkzee, e poi se ricorda un po' Zirkzee un attaccante di quelli che con le tue caratteristiche, cioè non solo uno che faccia gol, ma uno con grande tecnica, e se è per questo che vi piace tanto, che puntate lui come primo obiettivo lì davanti. Grazie.
Se parliamo di squadra, se guardiamo un anno fa, dove miei
This is a question about Zirkzee.
colleghi hanno fatto un grande lavoro di portare più o meno 12 giocatori, hanno fatto un grande mercato, in poco tempo hanno messo, la strategia era di mettere le basi. Oggi c'è base della squadra. Questo mercato sarà più dettagli. Cosa manca per migliorare la squadra, ma non solo la squadra, anche le posizioni, come si dice, il ruolo che avranno in campo. E uno di questi è il numero 9, dopo che Olivier, che grande lavoro che Olivier ha fatto, è libero. C'è Jovic, però c'è spazio per un altro. E in mia testa per un attaccante il progetto di Milan è perfetto, perché è spazio che è libero e anche un
Guys, he literally has said nothing. He's literally said absolutely nothing. Just saying, just get to the answer.
Quello che cerchiamo. Poi con Zirkzee è un giocatore forte, non è un segreto, ha potenzialità, ha fatto una grande stagione. Poi quello che voce gira in realtà è due grandi come si dice, differenza. Che sei vicino o lontano. E noi in quella situazione...
Ti somiglia un po' in campo.
Non mi piace paragonare giocatore da giocatore, però gioca bene, no, gioca molto bene. Poi arriva da scuola Olanda dove ho fatto io e poi se è un altro Ibra o no, non voglio paragonare. Lui è Zirkzee, io ero Ibra.
Bene.
What? All right, so the stream is down again. All right, whatever. We don't need to watch this. We literally do not need to watch this. It's fine. I mean, I wanted to see his demeanor. Should be back up in a second, guys. Let me know if it's back up. I don't know what to say about this anyway. Can you guys hear me, or is it completely down? It's going to come back up in a second. There are two channels other than Milan's who show the interview. Yeah, this is Pianeta Milan. I was on Pianeta Milan. I don't know. I'm not really violating any policies because we're doing a reaction to the thing. So it's not really any violation of policies. We're just reacting to the Ole, 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 ole. Antonio, are you still there?
See,
How's the game?
this is a utter penetration. Germany looks really good.
Yeah. I mean, it's Germany. Of course they look good. Scotland looking like a
One
shit
of my
team.
favorites.
Okay, we're back. We're back. Okay, guys, we're just going to go ahead. Okay, the main thing, I just wanted to see his demeanor, honestly. I wanted to see what kind of person he is in this role. That's really what I wanted to see. So we don't need to see the rest of the interview. I do have it here. And just can zoom through it. So we were here. One of them is number Is Xerxes like me? He just answered the Xerxes question. So the next question was, is the mission to get the second star next season? With Jerry, we speak the same language. I wouldn't have come in here if I didn't believe in this ambition and this winning project. The team always needs players who compete. There's a team that starts and then evaluates itself at the end of the season. If you're the favorite, it doesn't mean you will win. The goal is to win. Everything we do is to aim to create a very competitive team to win trophies. We are here to make history. There's no guarantee like in life, but we work to achieve our goals. We want to do things intelligently and be smart. I'd like to add, we are thinking about the third star. Oh, go fuck yourself. I can't. What? He literally said that? The third star? Well, I'm telling you this, as far as the second star next season, I think if you're a Milan fan and you want to do the whole cheerleading thing, and if you want to be all positive and happy, and you want to believe in this and that, I mean, yeah, there is a chance we can win the second star next season. Absolutely. Actually, there is a historic precedent that has been happening for a long time, almost like this back and forth of Inter winning, then Milan responding, and vice versa. So it is an interesting phenomenon that has happened in Serie A for a very long time, and it's spoken about a lot, and it's been documented. But whatever. Let's. I mean, that's one of the possibilities. Yes, there is a chance we can win the second star, but let's also be honest. The market is still early, so we really don't know what the team is going to look like in the end. But let's just be honest here with ourselves. Let's not be Milan fans for a second. Let's just be football analysts here. Inter is not going anywhere next year unless they drastically have a drastic collapse. That makes no sense. Inter's defense is top level. Inter's midfield is top level, and the attack, they also have at least two, maybe now three top level players there. So, this is where actions need to speak louder than words, and you usually win the Scudetto in the summer. So, in order for me to actually believe a statement, we need to see a very, very, very strong market, because right now our competition is Inter, and I'm not blowing Inter up, guys, but Inter right now in Europe, I mean, I wouldn't say they're the level of Real Madrid or Man City, but they're not too far. They're not too far. They're knocking on those doors. I wouldn't put them up there, but they're knocking on those doors, and we are far. So let's be honest here. You want to win the second star? Okay, I'm all for it. Let's do it. So let's build a proper team that can compete against Inter, because that's going to be the competition. And also watch out for Conte. Conte is extremely ambitious, way more knowledgeable, way more charismatic, way more everything than any of the people that work at AC Milan. So watch out for him, because he does have a good roster of players, and let's see if De Laurentiis can satisfy him with the players he wants. So if Conte might be a problem with Napoli, who knows? But Inter, we know, is going to be a problem unless they have a major collapse. Then you have Juventus right now, and when you look at their market and what they want to do, if they can achieve even 80% of what they want to do in this market, you would have to think that Juventus is a real issue, is a real problem. And right now, what we are getting right now is Xerxes, okay, but we don't want to pay the commissions. Yeah, winning the second star is easy to say all of this. All of this is great stuff. And the beauty of all of this, all of these words, is that these words can last for 9 months, right? All of these words can be true up until April of next year, and this is what people will hang on to. But the reality of the matter is that football is something that you can touch. It's real. It's not just words. And if you want to build a winning team, you have to win a building team that can tell me that in the fourth quarter of the season, remember when last summer I was talking about quarters. You got the first quarter, second, third, and fourth. The fourth quarter is the season that matters, is the part of the season that matters. We had a total collapse in our fourth quarter. We lost against Roma twice. We couldn't get points against Sassuolo. We got killed by Inter again, where they won the second star in our faces. We couldn't get points off of many. If you look at our form in the fourth quarter, it's all red, 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 gray, red, 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 gray, green, red, red, red. So these words are all nice and good up until that fourth quarter comes. That fourth quarter is where a team shows if they have balls or not. So you have to build a team that is strong enough, that convinces me and many people that they can be champions in that fourth quarter. So these are just empty words. Oh yeah, for sure.
Game's over, by the way. It's a penalty and red card for Scotland and penalty for Germany. So it's over.
Yeah, Germany. I think Germany's going to be very strong in this competition. There's a few factors that I think are really positive for Germany. One, they had Bayern, which has a lot of German players, and it's a very good team. They have Dortmund, which has a lot of German players, and they got to the finals of the Champions League. And they got Leverkusen, which has a lot of German players, and they got to the final of the Europa League. So that says that the clubs is believing in the domestic product. That's something Italy should do. Fucking Italy doesn't do that, but Germany is doing it the proper way. And I don't know why they don't get called racist and fascist and fucking nationalists for doing that. But if I say, hey, Italy should do what Germany does, oh, fascist, racist, nationalist, fuck off. Fuck you to anybody that fucking says that bullshit to me. But anyway, so these things are a good favor. And plus, it's in their own country. So I think Germany is going to be a problem. Scotland obviously can't compete against Germany in their own home. It's going to be very interesting to see Germany against the big teams. Any standout performers? Oh, nice. I love it. All right, let's continue. How close was Lopetegui to joining Milan? The name of a coach was in the newspapers every day. Moncada wanted one, Ibra another, Cardinale another. The fans another, and Furlani another. Fonseca's reality. Their names put on the table, which we discussed, then between Lopetegui and... Wow. So these guys, out of all the coaches that were available, it came down to Lopetegui and Fonseca. Guys, is there something that I'm missing here? Really? Is there something that I'm fucking missing here? What about all the other guys? Like, I want to know why they didn't like the other guys. Why was the choice made to go for Fonseca? When we decided to leave Pioli, we immediately started thinking about next year. We wanted a good end for Pioli, who deserved it. We spoke to Fonseca, otherwise it would have been strange. Every day we talk, we share ideas and strategies. He has the desire for him in the dialogue with us, the idea of how to improve the collective. We also have an under-23 project, which will be very important for us. We want to connect under-23s with the first team. I think that's going to be a really cool project. I'm looking forward to that one, actually. And Fonseca's role will be important because he gives importance and responsibility to young players. And that's exactly the heart of all of this. This is where, guys, we must not be fooled. This is the most important piece of information. This is the keystone. We want to Fonseca's role will be important because he gives importance and responsibility to young players. Buy low, sell high. That's what this is all about. The reason why they ultimately chose Fonseca is because they believe that Fonseca is the right coach to get young players and increase their value. And some of these players will be sold. They will be sold. That is the whole purpose of all of this. That is the ultimate decision. The reason why they didn't choose Conte is because Conte will only play to win trophies and nothing else. He's not interested in growing young players. He doesn't give a fuck about that. Like Ancelotti, one second. Like Ancelotti said, they hired me at Madrid to win trophies, not to babysit and grow young players. Right when he was asked about Arda Güler. Go ahead, Antonio. Sorry to interrupt.
I'm just asking, have you seen the news today about the striker alternatives that in case Xerxes doesn't happen?
What are they?
It's really concerning. Like,
Okay.
very, very scared about this.
What is it? Tell me.
This is just one tweet that Di Marzio was saying, but I'll tell you. So, okay, they tweeted that they mentioned Dovbyk, Girassi, Lukaku, and this guy who's an Atletico Madrid player who scored 9 goals this year in Spain and is he was on loan to Alaves, which is another Spanish club. He had 9 goals and 1 assist in Spain. And by the way, Dovbyk is about to go to Atletico Madrid, and he's probably not going to be able to be actually completed. Lukaku's probably going to go to Napoli. But you're telling me that if we miss out on Xerxes, we're basically stuck with a complete moneyball striker that has no resume, no reputation to be the starting striker next season. That is the recipe for disaster.
I would say that 99% Xerxes is not coming. I would say 99% Xerxes is not coming at this point. So the another striker would have to be someone good.
Yeah, I think the commission is too high as well.
I don't think they're going to pay the commission. I think it's going to be exactly the same thing as Thuram, same thing as a Kessie, same thing as Taremi was the same thing also. I don't think they're going to pay the commission. Yeah, I think this club, the way this club is run, the money comes first, not the player. So there's so I'm curious who they're going to get. I think 99% they're not going to get Xerxes.
I wish we could get Dovbyk. I like that.
Now, Dovbyk going to Atletico Madrid, which opens up Alvaro Morata, which could be interesting. Maybe Alvaro Morata can come to Milan, but there's no, that's not a Moneyball operation. A Moneyball operation would be a Dovbyk, a Xerxes, a Guirassy. No, Guirassy, not so much of a Moneyball operation. A little bit of a Moneyball. And maybe some of these other guys. Even Sesko was not a Moneyball operation. Sesko is not a Moneyball operation. Because Sesko costs way too much for Milan to be a Moneyball operation. But Xerxes, yeah, we'll see who they get. I don't think that's going to be the problem, regardless. I'm not here worried about Xerxes. The issue is not going to be Xerxes at the end. The issue is going to be how you're not going to concede goals. That's going to be the real meat and potatoes of the market. Is going to be how are you going to build a team that does not concede goals? I mean, somewhere in the equation, Xerxes can fit in there, but a minimal. I don't think they will pay the agent fees. The club has taken this stance for years. I don't know. I don't see any evidence or reason why they would change that stance. And I don't think this Kia guy has any reason to wait for Milan, because Xerxes is hot. Manchester United it looks like they're going for him, and then you know when the market opens, things are fluid. And if a big team is like, "Oh shit, we lost this guy, now we need this guy, let's go in for Xerxes," they offer him what the agent wants, he's gone. Right? Again, let's avoid fairy tales here at this point. It really all comes down back to money. As of today, my opinion is just my opinion based on the evidence at hand, is that Xerxes is most likely not coming to Milan at this point. Who would be a good choice for you, Antonio, instead of Xerxes?
I like Dovbrik because I want a guy who has good stats, because we need someone that can lead the line. Maybe Girassi as well, but Girassi, though, is also risky. And there's not many.
Yeah. What about this? What about Jonathan David?
No. He looks like he wouldn't be able to fit in well.
You don't think so? But he played for Fonseca. Colombo would be our yes, Gio. Let's make that happen. I think that's Gio. What about Immobile on a free? I don't know if these guys are going to go for those kind of signings, like Morata, Immobile. Maybe they are. I mean, we did have Giroud, but that was under Elliott. Who? Rodrigo Muniz is the pitch perfect Moneyball operation, someone with an unassuming number of goals and assists, but who actually has a good goal conversion, even slightly better than Xerxes. Where does he play? Is he Portuguese? That sounds like a Portuguese name. Plays for one of the worst PL clubs. Oh, he plays in a low-level team club. Fulham, Brazilian. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Now, listen. So I'm seeing here Paul say 50 million for commission is ridiculous. That's about the third of the transfer amount. I mean, at the end of the day, first of all, it's not our money. I don't care. But the other thing is, like, I don't understand why Milan is the only team that, is against paying these commissions. It seems like all the other teams have absolutely no qualms with this idea. But instead, Milan, we kind of have this snobbish kind of thing that players, that we don't want to pay agents. I don't know what to think about it, to be honest with you. I don't know what to think about it. But I do think that from a sporting aspect, if you want to start to make statements, if you want to start to score important points already in the market, getting a player like Xerxes in Serie A would be that kind of play, would be that kind of statement. It is a statement player. It is a player that did very well in Serie A. It's a Serie A player. When was last time we got one of the best Serie A players? When is the last time that happened? That's what we should be doing. We should be getting the best Serie A players. We should be getting the best Italian players. We do not have any top level national team Italian players at all. And we're not even looking to get any. We're going to continue with this Moneyball foreign players this ain't gonna get you to the promised land. It's not gonna. This is gonna get Redbird to the promised land, but it's not gonna get us, the fans, to the promised land. So 50 million is too much, but really says who? Like who decides that? Who decides that 50 million is too much? Now, I'm not against it. I'm not for it. But obviously, I think if Milan wants to be serious, they have to go in and take and do what Maldini said. Be courageous. You have to be courageous. But at the end of the day, this is not about courage. This is not about courage. This is not about. It's about fiscal responsibility. It's about the bottom line. That's what this is all about. What's happening with Chiesa? He's a player that I really love, but with this management, it seems impossible. I'm not sure what's going on with Chiesa. We'll see if he gets where he goes, but I doubt Milan is going to get Chiesa. I don't think so. Also, because Milan is going to count on Pulisic. Milan is as far as the wings go. I'm pretty sure Jerry is happy with Pulisic, especially him being American. The World Cup coming up for Jerry. This is a match made in heaven. So I'm sure Chiesa is not even going to be regarded. He's not even going to be looked at. If they miss on Xerxes and get a week or improve in CF, and this will tell what kind of ambition Milan has. Yeah, I think it already does. Well, I think we're already seeing it, and I think we already know. Again, I don't think Xerxes is really going to be the most important piece of the puzzle in all of this. I think Xerxes, in a way, it's almost like a luxury signing. It's a statement signing. I think they are going to just do what's easy, which is go get players that maybe are on their way out of clubs, that maybe are players that are kind of like the Loftus-Cheek situation, or the Pulisic situation, or the Chukwueze situation, where last year of contracts. We're going to get those kind of players. It's going to. I think we're going to do exactly the same thing as we did last year. In the end, the operations like Xerxes require a little bit more. It seems like Milan is not willing to do that. Thing is, like, if Xerxes did not have a release clause, he would cost 60, 70 million maybe. At least that's how much Bologna would try and sell him for. So at the end of the day, for me, whether you pay 40 or 55 million total for the player is still less than what you would pay for the player if he did not have that release clause. Roy, you mean injury-prone players? I mean, injury-prone. Pulisic turned out to be pretty healthy the whole season. But yeah, I don't think we're going to change strategies. I will see. I like to be pleasantly surprised. How do you feel in your new role? I don't know how many former players, when they retired, who had a chance like this, have to get used to the fact that it is different from being a player, have to be meaner, even if he is a friend, because you have to think of, okay, I can give my experience where I played in top clubs. I can bring the thoughts of a former player. Being a manager and a former footballer are two different things. I have a lot to grow and give. I have good colleagues who help me. We work as a group with a lot of hunger and desire. All right. What do you say to the Milan fans who wanted a different name, like Antonio Conte? Let's see what he said. Before we study the type of coach, the type of identity in this game, Then when Fonseca's name came up, you want to meet the person face to face. We made our request and vice versa. We had a good feeling there. He convinced us of his ambition, his desire to work and do well. At Milan, you have a coach, not a manager. We didn't discuss Conte. He wasn't what we were looking for. Yes, because what they are looking for is exactly what Fonseca is. Someone that is goes along with whatever he's told to go along with, because that's what he has done in his former clubs. You know, he was in Ukraine with a team that had won the league 8 times in a row or something like that. He got that team, and his role was, okay, continue dominating Ukraine with this team. And that's what he did. In Ukraine, he had a really good team, much stronger than all the companies. It wasn't a team that he built. It wasn't a team that he created. He was just given a team that was kind of like how Bayern is in Germany, and he just continued winning. He continued winning with this team, which was on a very big winning streak. Then when he went to Lille, he was told, "You're not here to win championships. You're here to grow players and grow their value, young players." And that's what Milan wants: someone that is malleable, someone they can say, "Okay, this is the goal, this is the objective." And they told him, "Look, try and be as competitive as possible. Try and be up there. Minimum objective is top 4, and but main objective here, guys, because it always comes down to the money. Remember, Redbird did not buy Milan because they love Milan and they want to see the glory of Champions League. They bought Milan because they want to make a profit. And remember what Jerry said: he got into football because of Moneyball, buy low, sell high, regarding young players. And then what did Ibra just say? Said a key thing: Fonseca is very good at giving responsibility to young players. It's all about getting young players and bringing up their value. It's about increasing the value of the asset from a sporting side too. And this is it. Like, this is the we dissect. This is the dissection. That's exactly the dissection. Antonio Conte does not come to a club to grow young players. Like I said earlier, Ancelotti with Real Madrid, when he was asked, "How come you don't play Arda Güler as much?" he said, "Real Madrid didn't hire me to grow young players. Real Madrid hired me to win trophies." Conte is that kind of profile, while Fonseca is a different kind of profile, a profile that will work in different avenues. He will do different things. So it makes sense. It totally makes sense. Did seeing Inter get the 20th Scudetto hurt? I don't know how much it hurt. It motivated me more than anything. It gives me the hunger to do more. Even Milan doesn't look at other teams. A loser does. Milan look at themselves. What is around does not touch. The word suffer is for a loser. Here you are talking to... Okay, this is such a stupid answer. This is such a fucking stupid answer. This is Ibra just being Ibra, just trying to do his macho man skit. No, Inter winning. No, bullshit. In Ibra, seeing Inter win the second star in our own fucking stadium was fucking sucked. What are you talking about? That sucked, and Milan should not get themselves in those kind of situations. And then he says the word suffer is for a loser. Gattuso said that you have to learn how to love to suffer. You have to love to suffer, and you have to learn how to suffer, because once you love suffering and once you learn how to suffer, that's when you become a winner. So here, I don't know. This is a stupid answer. Really stupid answer. This is Ibra just doing his God skit. You know, I'm God. I'm Ibra the God. Antonio, are you still here?
Yeah, but I have to stay muted for a bit.
$55 million for Xerxes is still considered a good price, considering that his market value will skyrocket in a year. Yeah, 100%.
Hey, Roy, I have a question for you. Who is better, Michael Jordan or LeBron James?
Well, in my opinion, this is a multi-dimensional question because LeBron has been dominant throughout his whole career from a very young age till now. While Jordan from 20 to 26 was kind of like still, learning, and still he wasn't dominant. So after Jordan's first peak, I think that peak in that period where he won all those championships, that period makes him the best basketball player of all time. But LeBron has been dominant his whole career. That's a big difference between LeBron, and the numbers say so. I'd like Jordan more. I enjoyed watching Jordan more. He had way more flair, and he had a certain fluidity of his game, which was more interesting to me. LeBron is a little bit more big, mechanical, physically imposing, dominant. Also, they're not exactly the same positions. LeBron maybe can do more roles than Jordan. You can argue that. But I think, for me, my opinion, those years that Jordan found was in his peak, make him the best player.
I'm a Jordan fan. My friend is a big LeBron fan, so he wanted me to ask you that question. I think that's a fair take. Fair take.
Yeah. It's pretty subjective at the end of the day. All right. Is there any update on the new stadium? Jerry wants to...
One last thing. Messi or Ronaldo?
For me, because I love the game, it's Messi. Ronaldo is also very good, but Messi is a savant. He's a savant on the ball, and something that I don't think Ronaldo is. So I'll put it. But Ronaldo is still one of the best ever. He's still one of the best ever, but I think Messi is one, maybe even 2 steps ahead of him, I would say.
I agree with that take. I'm also a Bulls fan. I don't know if I ever talked basketball with you, but yeah, aren't you a Celtics fan?
But I mean, I'm not a hardcore Celtics fan. I like right now. I really like Mavs because Doncic is fucking phenomenal. But Celtics is great too. I love the Celtics. I love watching Doncic play. I think Doncic might also have a career similar to Jordan, maybe, where once he gets to 26, 27, he might have get to a peak.
He's in that kind of already. But...
Well, he's 25 now, so he still has 1 or 2 or maybe 3 more years. But if, for example, Doncic was... Doncic has a lot of issues, especially defensively. But if Doncic had a slightly better team, he would fucking win it every year. He would win it every year. But Celtics right now is unstoppable. The whole season they've been unstoppable. So it's a win-win for me in the end of the day.
Oh yeah, interesting.
Different players, different era, different positions. You just can't compare Jordan and LeBron. All right, let's move on here. Update on the stadium. Jerry wants to create and bring something new. The stadium idea is brilliant because AC Milan fans deserve a wow stadium. It must be a spectacle. Americans know about entertainment. Then Fulani respond in the stadium as he knows more details than me. The stadium, as I stated a long time ago, if they can produce a stadium, it will definitely be a positive thing for Milan. My fear is that if they do produce a stadium, they'll never let go of Milan. For me, it is very important that this ownership can let go of Milan as soon as possible, and that Milan goes into the hands of people that actually love the game, are fanatics of the game, and care about the game and care about the club, and don't care so much about balance and all of these things. They care more about winning and playing the game, because at the end of the day, this is a game. It's not just entertainment. It's not just a business. There's the game element to this. And that's what I really I think we deserve, and I hope that we get that. Some kind of owner that loves playing the game, loves the game. Will Magnan, Leao, and Teo stay? Big question. Yes, they will stay. Magnan, Teo, and Leao remain. They're among the strongest in the roles they play. They have a contract with us. They stay and they're happy. We don't need to sell, thanks to Redbird's work, thanks to Maldini Massara's work, not Redbird, Ibrahimovic. Thanks to Maldini and Massara. Thanks to Maldini and Massara's work, we have opportunity to bring in strong players and improve the team. Replace Redbird with Maldini and Massara. Redbird actually have devalued the club as far as the sporting side. Ever since Redbird has taken full control of the club, the value of our players has gone down. While with Maldini, not only Maldini and Massara fixed the wages that Elliott asked him to fix, but also they got players and the value of those players skyrocketed, like Magnan, Teo, and Leao. So Redbird has got nothing to do with another bad answer from another propaganda answer here from Ibra. The club brought in 12 players last year, I think it was. We laid the foundation. Now the details count to improve the team. We're looking for a striker. Then the market is every day. We have a scouting system around the clock. Then there are 1,000 calls every day where players offer. Then from this to finalize a player is a process that we're doing. He may be the strongest in the world, but if it's not our profile, he isn't for us. Did you understand that? I think that's a little bit of a Freudian slip. Profile. See, you see the communication? Do you see this nuance right here in the communication? He may be the strongest in the world, but if he isn't our profile, that's what this is all about. He isn't for us. So, yeah. Antonio, do you think Mike Magnan, Teo, Leao, what percentage would you give them staying at the club this year?
If they get sold this summer after they just said that, then I think there should be a big protest, because you can't just lie to your fans. But I think at the same time, okay, yes, if they really push to leave, then if they really want to leave, then that might be a different story. But at the same time, I don't believe that Leao and Teo and Mike would really, maybe Mike, but probably not, would push to leave this summer. I don't think that they're like upset and they're settled in the city. Especially Teo and Leao. I think they like the city a lot. Magnan, I don't know as much. But, oh, wow, they just missed a huge chance. But, yeah, I just think overall, if that happens, this should be really held accountable for lying like that.
Yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying, but at the same time, this is something that a lot of people say in the markets, and then they end up selling players. So, yeah, it's being dishonest, but he's kind of also doing what he has to do. Obviously, he can't say that they're going to sell the players. Carmelo Herbert, the founder of AC Milan.
Yeah, exactly. Ciao a tutti, come va? How you doing?
Good. We're discussing Ibra's interview or presentation or whatever it was.
Yeah, Ibra, very meaningful like interview. Yeah, over 1 hour of nothing. To be honest with you.
Yeah, a lot of formalities. It sounds like just very formal.
Oh, after all, he fed his ego, So journalists were there for him, complimenting him for this and for that.
Yeah. In the question about the 20th Scudetto to Inter, he used that one to feed his ego for sure. But yeah, a lot of that is going on for sure.
Look, Roy, it was all about him. Look how beautiful I am. Look how good I am, and all that. Come on, it's got nothing to do. It's got nothing to do with my people wanted to hear. It was all about him as usual.
Edison says, Roy, what do you think of the new Rodri? Who's the new Rodri?
Why, do we have a new Rodri?
I don't know. Who are you talking about, Edison?
Anyway, just to mention, Roy, what you and Antonio were talking about, Theo, Magnan, and Leao.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, he said that, but then someone else asked the question again about the renew the contract because they, not Leao, but Theo and Magnan need to be renewed the contract. And he said anything is possible. So he said 1 minute he said they won't go. The minute after he said anything is possible. So do you know what I mean? It's like I don't know. It's all, to me. It's all like he fitted well with the Jerry mentality. That's the impression I got from Zlatan. You know. And
well, yeah, he has to. He has to. I mean, the guy's getting paid a lot of money. He has to say what he has to say. I mean,
how much is he getting paid? 6. I was reading 6 million. Was he? Something
that's
like
what I read. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's net.
Yeah,
or
I
if
was
that's
reading
gross.
that myself. Yeah, he gets 3 times the money Fonseca does get. You know.
Yeah. So
I mean,
listen, Carmelo. Let's be honest. If someone is paying you 6 million, like you're not going.
I tell you, if you give me 6 million, I'll tell you whatever you want me to say. I say
right.
anything.
Exactly. So
yeah, but okay, from his point of view, I get it. But why people don't get it? Just some people are very gullible. They believe anything just because it's Latin speaking. That doesn't work that way. You know, it doesn't work that way.
And I think there's also a lot, which is something that happens in a lot of the fan bases. It's what's the term when you know how horses have those things that cover their eyesight,
They only see in one direction, just straight ahead.
Yeah, there's a lot of that, and that helps the management, you know.
Yeah, but I wanted to say, if you let me, I want to say one thing that
go ahead.
Besides of all other things, there was a question from a journalist about the commissions, about Zigze whenever he comes, the commission and all that.
Okay, let me get to that. Let me get to it.
Oh, sorry, I thought. You didn't talk about it yet.
No, but I see it. It's coming up.
Right.
I see it's coming up.
Right.
So let me go to the Italian coach first, and then we'll go to the commissions.
Sure.
It's coming up. So why didn't you go for an Italian coach? Why didn't we go for Conte? With what we're looking for, Conte's name didn't come up. The algorithm didn't show up. Didn't show Conte. It depends on the material you have. For us, the best match for our team was Paulo Fonseca, the identity we wanted to bring. It was important for us to get a coach who fits the team we have to improve the collective. Then there's also the under-23 project. But our heart must be the first team. We have both Italian and international players. Unfortunately, none are in the Italian national team. Gabbia should have been. There are Italian players on the list we're looking at. You're not an agent, are you? If you have a name, then we can talk about it. Okay, so we kind of already discussed this. Let's get to the commissions. Are Milan at risk of missing out on players because of their stance on commissions? When it comes to negotiations, everyone wants to exploit the situation. They like to make out as though the club are under pressure, but it has to be okay for us, not just them. It's not charity. It has to be good for the club. Let's spend intelligently. What value do we get from this situation? Okay. What were you going to say? This is what he said. And what were you going to say about it?
Well, he's talking about, he basically said we're not doing any charity or anything. But said from him, it's like it's an hypocrite because are we forgetting about Raiola? And he was the best player under Raiola, and Raiola was the king of commissions. Do you know what I mean? So it was good. It was okay for you then, but is it okay now? And first of all, second of all, I get the thing that the moral part of it, the ethic part of it. Nobody should pay more than they should, you know. But why is everybody else have no problem paying the commissions, whatever that might be, and Milan always has a problem? Do you know what I mean? So 15 million is too much, and it's against the moral, against the ethic, and all that. But 8 million to 10 million, they're willing to pay that. So at that stage, there's no more moral. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. And
Morality
said
has a
by
price.
yeah, but it's said by Zlatan, who was under Raiola. Raiola was the king of commission. What about charity then? You know what I mean? So it's
And I
like
believe he's still tied to that agency. I believe he is still tied to that agency. I don't know
no,
if he is, but I think he is.
he is, but Zlatan, better than everybody else, should know how that works because Raiola was the king of it. You know what I mean? So, and besides, they've been wanted Tirce for months. It's not like that the agents of Tirce went there with the envelope and said, "Here's the envelope, guess the price." Do you know what I mean? They knew already from the get-go. So why is the problem now? If you have a problem with paying commissions, you should know by the start of this negotiation that the commission was the price was that. You know, so go to somebody else.
So, do you think this is just smoke and mirrors? Maybe because I mean, how did they not know that? Of course, they knew that. So,
Yes,
I'm
they're gonna.
hoping they knew that.
I don't want to think that. Maybe they, if this deal fails, they're going to blame on the commission. Basically, they're going to say to the supporter, "Look, we did all we could, but we're not willing to pay 15 million because so many fans already they saying 15 million commission is outrageous. You know, it's not acceptable and all that. So if the deal fails, they already have an answer for it. You see
I
what I
mean,
mean?
my question to that is this: I have not really put much thought in this commissions and agents and all of that. I really haven't, because it's, I don't know, maybe it's something secondary or it's something that we see a lot actually, but I don't know, for some reason I haven't put much thought into it. But what happens if we do pay the 15 million? Like, what do the fans say? Are the fans are going to be like, "Oh no, Milan is an immoral club now. Milan is a capitalist club"? What are the fans going to say? Are they going to be depressed that we paid the 50 million for Xerxes?
I don't know. Look, either way, there always will be a party that is not satisfied and a party that it is satisfied. You know, either way, this deal might goes. You're not gonna make everybody happy either one way or the other. You know, that's what I think. Anyway,
Mm.
but what I'm
Yeah,
saying is, they knew from the start about these commissions. They knew from the start. Why do you get yourself into something when you don't want to pay it?
and that's what is strange to me, is like, is this a smoke and mirrors operation? Are they actually going for someone else, and they're distracting the media and the attention on Xerxes?
Yeah, but hold on a minute. Someone else who? Better than
I-
Zirte? Because today I was reading in the paper another striker, a funny name. I don't know who this guy is.
Well, listen, we do have a pattern here, right? I mean, even look at remember how there was a talk of Conte, but then it turned out to be Fonseca. So it could be something similar. It could be Xerxes, but it was actually Castillejo's coming back.
So yeah, exactly. If we get that comparison with the coach, that means it's going to be a worse striker than Zirte, basically. You know, I
Or something like
look.
that,
Probably that's the way it's gonna be. I don't know because you should have, if you have some sort of plan, you should have more than one option. If the first option goes to waste, and then you go to the second, to the third. Well, that's the way it should be, at least, anyway.
Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen, but one thing for sure, now listen, a lot of reports actually, even though we say that these newspapers say a lot of bullshit, blah blah blah, but at the end of the day, a lot of reports do come true. Especially Antonio and I have been covering this stuff for a long time, and a lot of the time there is a name and there is actually smoke. A gun has been fired and there is smoke, and many times that name actually is true. Sometimes it doesn't happen, sometimes it happens. But with Xerxes, maybe they thought that they can convince the guy at the end of it. Maybe that's the angle they're taking. But if we don't get Xerxes, I think it's going to look really bad. I think it's really going to look bad.
Well, at this stage of the negotiation, yes, it will be bad for them. But again, look, what you were saying about the smoke and mirror of sometimes, well, not Fulani, obviously, but even the like someone like Marotta, Galliani, they go to a player for like deceiving the media and deceiving everybody. You know what I mean? And meanwhile, they have someone else, and they're gonna close that deal. But do you really think that Fulani is capable of doing something like this? No, seriously, do you think so? I don't, to be honest.
Sorry. If Fulani is able to do what?
Do you know people like Galliani, Marotta, this kind of people?
Yeah.
Going back to what you were saying a few minutes ago about smoke and mirror, like you follow player just to deceive the media, deceive everybody. But meanwhile, you get to your target, your real true target, without everybody knowing. You know what I mean? So,
I mean, I don't know. I mean,
do you think is he capable of doing something like this? I don't.
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Because if this deal fails and it goes for somebody else, it's not gonna be better than Zigzag. I don't think so.
I mean, it could be like there could be players out there that maybe we don't know about. But Xerxes is a Serie A proven player. We know Xerxes. Xerxes is like a player that is a statement. It's a big signing. It's a big statement. Like maybe they get Gyökeres, this guy Gyökeres, and he turns out to be better, or they get another guy. I don't know. I do want to respond to this though because it's funny. Noah87 says, "Voi che siete un po' aziendalisti, siete contenti delle parole di Zlatan o Cardinale?" Allora,
ha sbagliato.
Aspetta.
Vai.
Aspetta, anzi, prima che ti rispondiamo, vorrei sapere cosa pensi te delle parole di Zlatan e Cardinale. E poi ti diciamo cosa pensiamo noi. So you tell us first what you think about Zlatan and Cardinale, then we will tell you. But it's funny.
I don't know if just seriously, this is the wrong. You bumped into the wrong one if you think we are Zendalisti. No way at all. No.
Yeah, this is literally the channel for the complete opposite.
Noi siamo la controparte, siamo l'opposizione.
Siamo la resistenza.
Yeah, la resistenza, bravo.
But I'm curious to know what you think, Mr. Noah. What do you think of because I'm assuming you're not, I mean, I don't know. What do you think of Zlatan and Cardinale? Zlatan, burattino pagato da Cardinale, mi ricordo di voi quando è arrivato Cardinale. Okay. So you haven't been here for a while. So he's saying Zlatan is a puppet paid from Cardinale. I remember when you guys were happy that Cardinale came to Milan. Yes, that is 100% true. At the time, it's not that I was super happy that Cardinale came to Milan. I was very optimistic about the project because of the people that were managing the club, Maldini, Massara, and these guys, especially Maldini and Massara, there. But after the whole Maldini firing, ho capito tutto, ho capito come funzionano le cose. I understood how things work, and everything completely changed. So this is the resistance. This is not the channel of the corporate yes people. This is the channel of the people that are not happy with how the club is being run, and we want to see the club being run with way more ambition, with way more respect of our history and of our values. And I think that's what this channel is right now.
Which these people are trying to delete altogether for good, and hopefully they won't succeed. But by sending away Maldini, look, when Maldini was fired, all right. So I thought to myself, obviously I didn't like it. I wasn't impressed at all. But I thought to myself, you know what? give these people a chance to see what they're gonna do and all that. And to be honest with you, I didn't have to wait long to understand. I didn't, in a way, like you did. I understood right away, but I thought to myself, let's give them a chance. But it didn't take me long to definitely say, look, this ain't no good, at all. But going back to Ibrahimovic, somebody was saying Ibrahimovic is like Zlatan is Jerry's puppet. It's not about being puppet or not. Ibrahimovic always been and always will be self-interest. He doesn't give a damn about anyone or anything but himself. It's all about that. He doesn't care about anything else. It's about self-interest, feeding his ego, which is huge, as we know. And it's all about that. That's it. He doesn't care. I mean, I laugh to myself when I hear some tifosi del Milan che dicono, they saying like Ibrahimovic, Milanismo and all that. How Ibrahimovic is a Milanismo? He changed more football teams, football clubs than socks. How can it be ever Milanista? Do you know what I mean? So I don't understand some people sometimes. It's all about himself. That's what it is. As simple as. And Jerry gave him an opportunity to earn money, feeding his ego, and be there up front to put in his face, because he said he's going to be the face of Milan now. He said something like that, if I'm not mistaken, right? So he loves that. He loves that kind of thing, you know?
Yeah, for sure. And also, he loves his paycheck. If it's true, I mean, who wouldn't?
Oh, more than anything else, yeah.
He,
More than anything else.
he's the most paid. He's still the most paid player at the club, as far as I know. Person. I think Maldini was getting paid $1 million. I think $1 million. I think that's what Maldini was getting paid.
Well,
Maldini
less than him, I think.
Maldini wasn't doing it for the money. Like, he wasn't doing it for the money. Maldini has a lot of different ventures. He doesn't need the money.
Exactly.
But Ibra also doesn't need the money, but Ibra is different. He operates differently. Yeah,
and again, look, like I was saying earlier on about the commission, the charity and all. How can you you're an hypocrite? How can you ever say that? I mean,
What?
your agent, Raiola, obviously now he's dead, but he was doing that for a living.
Yeah, he was the
And
king.
now
of
you
it.
and now you're giving us, like, you make look like that is the wrong thing to do, a moral thing or ethic thing. That and on top of that, we are owned by an age fund. What's moral about an age fund? You know, there's nothing moral about that. So they basically taken a piss. They taken a piss, seriously. They are. Ci prendono per il culo, semplicemente. Well, a me no, però.
So yeah, you're right. Okay, so let's see what else he says. Would you like to win the Champions League as a director? I want to win as much as possible. When you're at Milan, you have the chance to win everything you play. It's not a revenge because I didn't win it as a footballer, but I want to make a difference. I want to enter a place where I have the opportunity to do so. I want to make a difference and start from scratch. It has nothing to do with my career as a player. Obviously, I want to win the Champions League. Milan wants to make history. I mean, yeah, these are the answers you say. These are just the.
That's what people want to hear.
Yeah, that's right. That's just what people want to hear. Okay, so this is where I think someone said there's a contradiction here. You said Teo Magnan will stay. The contracts run out in 2026. Are there renewal talks? Everything is possible. I don't know the requests. Maybe you know more than me. It's always an internal thing. We talk, but anything is possible. Thanks to work of Redbird, there's the possibility of doing these things. Then where we get, there are two parts. If someone tells me that he doesn't want to be here, it's a problem. If they don't want to win, the two of them are very happy. Who the fuck translated this? They have made history and most continue to make it. So what is the contradiction here? That were you mentioning this contradiction?
I was, because in the previous question asked by another journalist, he said they're going to stay for sure. Teo and Magnan. No, don't mind Leao now because Leao is okay for his he just renewed his contract last year or something. But he said that, and then the question about the renewal of the contract, you say everything is possible, which means you can't say one thing 2 minutes before and then 2 minutes after you say something else, because that's something else to me. Because at that question, you know, if you back up what you said previously, you should have said we're gonna try our best to do anything possible to renew the contract. You don't say anything is possible. Anything is possible implies that they can go as well. You know, I mean,
Correct.
to me that what it means.
Of course, that's what it means.
You know, so
Yeah, in one statement, he says they're not going anywhere. These players are happy here.
yeah.
Milan, we don't need to sell them. Blah blah blah. And then in the next statement, he says everything is possible. To entities need to be in convergence, and etc. etc. So yeah, there's two different answers for the same question.
And there was another part, I don't know if you mentioned already, Roy, he talked about it. When he was talking about, I can't remember the question exactly now what it was, but he was talking about negotiation with agents, players, and all that. And he was mentioned like Furlani, Moncada. And he was basically saying, quando facciamo le trattative, noi mettiamo i cervelli sul tavolo. Basically, we're saying that we're going to translate in English, put our brains on the table when you're negotiating with agents. What does that even mean? You have to put money on the table, not your brain. What the hell does that mean? But now, besides, Ibra has been in Italy over 20 years. He can't even speak Italian yet. What the hell?
He sounds nervous in this interview. Okay, let me read this chat here. Noah has some interesting things that I think we mentioned already, but it's interesting. Scusate una cosa, questo può essere uno spunto interessante. Il Milan mette le commissioni come una cosa, come un caso morale, come una cosa morale. Chia ne chiede 15, il Milan offre 8. La moralità sta in 7 milioni di differenza. Exactly. So
no, it doesn't. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So if this is a moral question, so that means that morality does have a price, because here Noah says, dal mio punto di vista, o le paghi per intere oppure non le paghi del tutto, altrimenti non ha senso fare sto discorso se poi comunque vai a pagare 8 milioni. At the end of the day, you can't have a moral argument if you're going to pay 8 million or you're going to pay anything. Is either you are morally against it or you're for it. I think this is a good point.
Yeah, but exactly, Roy. It is a moral thing when it's 15 million because it's inconvenient to you. But if it goes down to 8, it becomes convenient to you. The moral part just goes out the window, basically.
Exactly.
You know, that's what it is.
Yeah. Now, listen, I don't think, honestly speaking, analytically speaking, just trying to understand how this management operates, I don't think this has got anything to do with morality. This is just finances that they have allocated for specific purposes, and they don't have many finances allocated for agents and commissions. I don't think they consider that important investments for one reason or the other. And it comes always down to that. I don't believe this has got anything to do with it's immoral to pay agents and this and all that.
Yeah, but it's portrayed that way.
It's portrayed that way.
Yeah, because
it's portrayed that way. Exactly.
Yeah. I know now. We do know that that money goes away, like goes wasted, like no wasted. It goes into the agent's pockets, obviously. So it goes out of football. Yeah. We do know that, but has always been like that. So what's the big deal? You know when you're dealing with certain type of agents like Kia, the Zirkzee agent, or Mendes, or Raiola when he was alive. This kind of agent, you know up front, if you want one of them players, that's the way it's gonna be. So don't even start the negotiation if you have a problem with it. That's what I don't understand, you know.
And that's a good point, because at first I thought that this Kia maybe is some new guy that is, You know, like he doesn't have many players.
No, Roy is one of the most powerful agents out
Yeah,
there. He has been
exactly,
for a year. He was managing Tevez when he was about to come to Milan
exactly. Yeah.
back in
So
2012, 13. I can't remember when he was, and
yeah,
he
so
was
the yeah,
almost joined Milan if it wasn't for Pato, because Pato was shagging Barbara Berlusconi, so she didn't want Pato to go to PSG. That's how it went, because they were together. Barbara Berlusconi was Pato's girlfriend. So
yeah.
he's supposed to go to PSG and Tevez join Milan. That was a sliding door back then, Troy, because if Tevez would join Milan back then, Juventus would never do that strict that they did after that. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah, but staying on Kia, I mean, this guy has obviously been part of the system for a long time, and
Oh yes,
we're talking about 2011, which is 13 years ago. 13 years ago, he had the upper echelon of players. So already 13 years ago, this guy had a lot of power in the market. So imagine now. I think it is crazy that they did not know or
and
they did not anticipate that it would have been a
yeah,
difficult
but back
negotiation.
then, one of his players back then was one of very important player. Do you remember Jovetic, who was play for Fiorentina? He brought him to Manchester City. Do you remember that?
Yeah, yeah. Hmm.
Yeah, that was him. He was his agent.
Yeah.
So, like I said, once you dealing with these people, you know how it's gonna be. So either you go and buy the player, just don't waste any time. You know how it is, right? Go there, pay whatever you need to pay and get the player if you're really interested in the player. Otherwise, don't even get yourself involved to start with.
Yeah.
Because,
And there's no way that Furlani and Moncada can go up against this old dog of the market, this old wolf, not dog, this old wolf
exactly,
of the
exactly.
market,
And
and I think they can get the best out of him. I don't think that's going to
exactly. And
happen.
again, it depends on who you're dealing with. Because I was listening to Galliani interview the other day, who, by the way, go Nesta as a manager of Monza. But anyway, that's another thing. Galliani said about this Kia agent, I said, I know him for years, and he's very tough. He was very tough agent to deal with. So one thing, like you said, one thing you're dealing with Galliani, Marotta, this kind of people. And another thing you're dealing with Fulani Moncada. And I don't think this guy is going to go any further down than 15 million probably. I don't know. I don't see him going down to 8 like they wish.
I mean, I don't know either. It's possible. Obviously, it's possible. But
Oh, it could be, but I don't know. We
I
have
mean,
to wait and see.
if we look at the recent history of Milan under Elliott and Redbird, and both these ownerships have the same mentality regarding commissions. Under both these ownerships, we never been able to really win any of these kind of situations. It
No.
always it's the agent always just took his player to another team essentially.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think that most likely the same thing is going to happen. Most likely, but who knows? Hey, I want to be pleasantly surprised. I honestly do want to be pleasantly surprised. I like Xerxes. I really want to see Xerxes with AC Milan, but at the end of the day, when you look at the facts, you have to be realistic, and it's very difficult to think that.
Yeah, but
they're
you know what, Roy? Probably at the end of it, they're gonna close the deal only because they pushed themselves too further down the road. So they're gonna have to close it, because if they fail, it's not gonna look good on them. Already as it is, they don't look good to the eyes of Tifosi, many Tifosi anyway. So because they pushed themselves too far in this negotiation, at the end, I reckon they're gonna close. They're gonna pay whatever they need to pay.
okay, and if they pay that, then that's going to create a precedent, which we'll see. Yeah, let's see what happens. Only time will tell. The mercato officially starts still in 2 weeks.
Yeah,
So
and the clause has to be paid on the 1st of July. Anyway, they can't do it.
yeah,
Yeah,
correct. So we'll see what happens. Right now, I am leaning towards this is not going to happen. I'm leaning towards being more pragmatic here. I think that other teams are going to come in for Xerxes, and the thing is that we seem to be, maybe there are other teams, I just don't know who they are, but we seem to be the only team in Italy, at least, out of all the bigger teams, that has an issue with commissions. Juventus has absolutely no issue with commissions. Inter has no issue. Other teams, Napoli, Roma, they seem to not have any issues with this thing. It seems like this is exclusively a Milan thing.
Well, yeah, appears so, yeah.
And that might make me want to believe that it's going to be very difficult.
Look, from in a way, I do understand that 15 million is too much money. I do understand in a way, but if the thing was regulated and everybody would behave the same way, I can understand more. But why is everybody, like you said, nobody else has a problem, only us? Why? You know what I mean? And that's why I say just go to other players. Don't even get yourself into these things. In the first place, if you don't want to pay the commission.
And also the fact that they spoke about Xerxes in his name has been mentioned by Ibra. It's like, yeah, if you don't win this, it's not going to look good on you. It's not going to look good. It's already like the first defeat of the season if you don't end up getting Xerxes because of how deep you let this go. Now it's all over the media. You've even spoken about it in your presentation. Like we're deep into this operation. If you lose it, this is already the first defeat of the season.
That's why I was saying they push it too far at this stage. They can't go back. They can't say, look, we can't pay the commission. So we had to give up, so they pushed it too far. And that's why probably in the end, they're going to close it. But it's going to create a precedent, like you said. So I don't know what's going to happen after that. Look, don't get me wrong. I like Xerxes. I don't think Milan solves anything, but it's a good addition to the team for sure, because I like the player. And but again, we'll see. We don't have to wait long anyway.
Yeah.
But how? Just in case, I give you, for example, if the deal fails, where are they gonna go from there? Do you know what I mean? Do you know what backlash that is gonna create overall?
I mean, listen, there are some other interesting players that they could get.
Oh, I'm sure there are, but
okay, here's a question I have. And this is, I don't know if anybody can answer this. This is a question that maybe we can speculate on. But let's say in total, Xerxes is 55 million, but 15 million of that is for the agent. But let's say Jonathan David, however it's called, is 60 million. So is Milan okay with paying 60 million because it all goes back in the football system, but they're not okay with paying 55 million because 15 of that million doesn't go in the football system? So that's something that we need to also understand. Like, maybe there should be a little bit more transparency here. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you mean. But first of all, I can't answer that. And second of all, I don't think the Jerry Furlani and these people really do care about whether the money goes out of the football or into the football. All they care about is goes in their own pockets. That's what they care about. Doesn't matter if it goes out of football or in the football. That's what I think. But again, It's hard to tell. But I don't see them thinking that way. They don't really care about that, to be honest. They just try to spend less money than they can. That's the way I see it.
Okay, so let me go to chat a little bit. Noah says, per caso avete visto l'articolo dell'avvocato Raimondi dove spiega che il Milan può benissimo investire di più sulla parte sportiva, ma non lo fa? So yeah, that Milan can spend a lot of money on the sporting aspect. Milan can actually spend money like some of the bigger teams in Europe. And you know who said this? Maldini said this 2 years ago. He said 2 years ago, Maldini said that the team, with the revenues they were making, was already a team that was capable of spending big, but he was limited to the way the market, or how they want to operate the market. Yes, right now, AC Milan, if they want, they can be one of the big dogs in Europe. They can bring up the wage cap to 120, 130 million, and they can get free players, give them high salaries, good players. They can spend money if they wanted to, but that's not why they bought the club. They did not buy the club to do that. They bought the club to keep it under this fiscal line. And it's all about profit, making a profit in the end. But yes, Milan can right now operate like a big club. Absolutely.
Yeah, I know what I know. I read Raimondi myself as well. That's absolutely true. And they could also do that last summer anyway.
Yeah,
Instead
Maldini said
of
that
waiting to sell Tonali, they could keep
Yeah.
Tonali and spend on
the
top
same
of that.
amount. Yeah, that's what Maldini said. That with the revenues, even Tonali, there was no need to sell Tonali. Yeah. Let's see, what else do we have? So Fadinho agreeing with Carmelo. Furlani will make it happen. Furlanismo 101. This is Paul. Paul, very optimistic regarding Furlani. What if Xerxes ends up having a good tournament at the Euros? Then they will probably ask much more and forget about him coming to Milan. If he is on a release clause, so you pay Bologna 40 million. Maybe Bayern can be like, okay, shit, this guy's really good. You know what? Let's pay the 20 million clause and let's bring him back. That is a possibility. But if he does have a good tournament, then you're not competing against a release clause. You're competing against the agent fees, which we will definitely lose there. There's no doubt we will lose there. And then you're competing with salary. And also you're competing with Sporting Project.
But that's why... No, go on, sorry.
Last thing, yeah. Sporting Project, we do have a little bit of an advantage, I think, because I think we're one of the few teams right now currently that can offer Xerxes a key role in a position that needs to be filled. So from a sporting aspect for Xerxes, Milan is a good fit for sure. That is an angle that definitely plays to our favor. Okay, go ahead.
No, I was just I was gonna add to that though what you were saying, what Kim was saying in his comment there about the Euro thing. That's why you need to close this deal as quick as you can before the big dogs comes in. Because if he performs in the Euro competition as well, and then the big clubs comes in. Now, forget Bologna. Bologna can't ask for anything because the clause is there, 40 million it is, and 40 million would be for Milan or for any other club. But if he performs at the Euro, right, it's going to get tougher and tougher because big clubs can tell to the agent, how much you asking for? 15 million commission. I give you 20. I give you 25. You see what I mean? So that's why they need to close it quickly, as quick as they can.
That would be
Before
the ideal scenario.
you see what I mean? Because if those big clubs comes in after seeing him in Euro, especially after seeing him in Euro, because not everybody watches Serie A, people watch other stuff.
Yeah.
But if he performs like really good at the Euro, a big club comes in and give to the agent whatever he wants.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
it needs to be closed quickly. Otherwise, they're gonna lose him.
And listen, guys. Listen to me very closely. Right now, guys, we're talking about EPL, but forget about EPL. I don't care how old you are. I don't care what your name is. I don't care about many things. But if a Saudi club comes and to Xerxes says, here's 25 million a season for 4 seasons, there's no way he's going to say no to that. No chance he's going to say no to that. Only a crazy man would say no to that. So watch out for the Saudi teams, guys, coming in. And the Saudi teams haven't come in yet. in the market, but they will start also influencing the way the market goes. So I agree with Carmelo. If you want to make this happen, you got to make it happen right away, because otherwise you're opening the door for the EPL teams. You're going to lose against the EPL teams, because the EPL teams have absolutely no problem paying that commission fee, and also giving Xerxes a higher salary. The Saudis are going to just make Xerxes one of the richest football players ever. So we got to really watch out for these things. So yeah,
But not only Roy, EPL and Saudi League or whatever, but even PSG, even I don't know,
even Juventus.
Juventus, exactly, Juventus, or even Bayern Munich as well. They can say, look, you know what? Let it get him back, take him back.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
But
So
to be honest, I don't know. At the age of 23, going to Saudi League, really? I know it's a lot of money, but I don't know.
I mean,
He says he wants to stay in Italy, so I don't know.
Yeah, I know. But you
I know
also,
that's a lot of money. That's a
I
lot
mean,
of money, though.
if you're like, hey, I want to stay in. I mean, let's say you're in Germany. I want to stay in Germany. Here, okay, 30 million a year, or 25 million, or 20 million a year. Like, most people are going to think about that really hard. They're going to be like, okay, you know what? I can go to live in Italy in a few years. Let me go make this 100 million. I'm going to put in my bank account.
I know. Look, Roy, if you remember a few years back, that was in China, though, not Saudi Arabia. In China, do you remember Graziano Pele, which was like
Pelé, of
a
course.
normal play? It was nothing special, but he went to
Oscar.
China.
Yeah,
Yeah, he went to China. I earned a lot of money. I don't know. I can't remember how much they paid
So
him.
now, there's no offers. I'm just saying that this is a possibility. I'm just saying this is why I agree with you. They should close this operation as fast as possible in order to avoid those kind of competitions. Because Milan cannot compete there.
Can't
They won't
compete,
be able to
exactly.
compete.
Exactly. I can't compete with bigger clubs. Yeah, no, not at all.
You have to catch the wave if you want to have a good surf, in the right time. Okay, let's see what else we got here. Let's see. Man, wow, I'm so behind. Lord have mercy. So it's a release clause, and they have to pay it all in one go. That could be the issue there. I don't know if they would have to pay the Xerxes thing, and when I don't know. Maybe that is the issue. Yeah, maybe that is. It wasn't. I mean, with Kessie, that was really the problem. I don't know. Maybe it is the problem. We'll see. I don't want Xerxes. I don't think Xerxes comes. Our management is amateurs. Marotta and Giuntoli will crush us. Yeah, those
I'll
two
be
guys.
right back.
All right, no problem. Those two guys are wolves. It's tough to compete against those two guys. We spend 50% of our revenues on sporting expenses, where Inter is over 70. Even a virtuous club like Bayern and reinvest 70% despite making much more money than us. And we have a lower salary expense. Our salary expense is really strange. We talk about sustainability. How are you going to keep a team competitive at what I think we're at 86 million right now? I mean, if you can do it, good on you. But realistically speaking, you're already setting yourself up to be a second tier team. I mean, not second tier, but you have the upper echelon, and then you have that category just beneath the upper echelon, and then you have the categories beneath that. So we are beneath the upper echelon with this salary cap. And I don't know. I don't understand why people celebrate it. I don't get it. I don't understand why there's, yay, let's celebrate the finances, the balances. I don't understand that. I don't understand how it came from let's celebrate football to let's celebrate the balance sheets. That's something that I just don't understand. We will get Xerxes. We will just have to pay. If you get him, you have to pay. There's just no other way, unless Kia decides to give him to us at a reduced price. commission price. Zlatan made it clear we're not a charity, so unfortunately they won't pay the 15 million chump change in the EPL. Yeah, watch out for Yozelu, guys, also from Real Madrid. Maybe that guy could be the guy. We'll see. We'll see. True Carmelo, that's what Romano said. I'm not sure about what Carmelo's right about Xerxes. We'll get Xerxes, guys. Calma. I don't know. I'm not so optimistic about it. Oscar left to China super early. Yeah, he's an example. But boy, everything with Xerxes' deal is agreed upon. Is just it's just the commission that is pending. Correct. That is just the commission. Competitività. Can you teach Zlatan? His Italian is okay. It's not great. It's okay. If we're stuck with Furlani, how long do you think it will take him to become one of the top levels of management in Italian football? I don't know. I don't know if he can, even if he has the ability to do that, to become that. I don't know. Ace, what's up, Ace? How you doing?
Hey, Roy. How y'all doing? Carmelo, y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you clear, loud and clear. Carmelo is gone for a second. What's up?
I'm good. Yeah, I was just
Oh,
listening.
hey, I'm back. Ciao, Ace.
Hey, how you doing? I watched the interview with Zlatan. There's an English version on the Milan channel, official channel, if anybody wants to sit down and listen to it. But hearing you all walk through it, my question to you guys is like, what exactly would have Zlatan needed to say during that interview to make you all feel a little bit more confident?
I'll go first because I have an answer for this. Nothing really, because at the end of the day, there's nothing he can say. At the end of the day, it's really Jerry's. It's Jerry's Milan. Zlatan is just a guy that is there to get paid to do advising, and that's it. So really, nothing for me. I just wanted to see his demeanor, and I wanted to see. I don't know. I just wanted to see how he would respond, but it's pretty clear. He's responding the answers the way they should be responded. Any professional should respond these questions more or less this way, except for the 20th. So far, out of the questions I read, the 20th Scudetto, I think that was a shitty way of answering. He just went into Ibra's God mode. I think that was weak as fuck. But for the rest, he's just being a professional. He's answering the questions the way they should be answered. So honestly, there's nothing he can say for me to think that Milan is going to be better, because we know how Milan is going to be operated regardless of what Ibra says.
Yeah, but on top of that, I would say, like, yeah, we all know how these people operate anyway, first of all. And second of all, it's all about what kind of question you ask. You know, if you ask accommodating questions, that's not good. I mean, the question to be asked is like, why? Because it was like talking about the youth, like they're gonna invest in young players and all that. And someone asked, Giroud and Kier, now they gone. Are we gonna get experienced players, like, you know, like veterans kind of thing? He said no, they're gonna invest in only young players, because he said to them, Fonseca is a top manager, and he's will be able to deal with young players. But as we all know that you need experience, we need experienced players as well. And some journalists should ask about what is the budget, what's the
Can I just
situation.
respond?
I mean, he said, sorry, I just say one more thing and then I'll let you talk. And then he said about Milan winning in long term. What is long term means? Is it this season? Is it next season? Do we have to wait how many years do we have to wait before winning? That kind of question, like more precise. Probably won't be able to answer either, because probably wouldn't. But again, it all comes down to the questions you ask.
I mean, I'm glad that you brought up that specific question, because what I would say to that is that firstly, I don't think it would be advisable to anybody who works in management at any top football club to say with def, with with any kind of conviction that yeah, we're gonna win the league this year, you know, because in football you never know 100% what the results are gonna turn out, um, you know, on any given day. But just to get back to that point you raised when he was asked about, you know, Care and Juru leaving and not replacing some with experience. My question to you guys is that at what point do we turn to the guys who've been in this squad for since we won the league and the ones that have been there, you know, with the Zlatan and Zuru and Care in the locker room and learning from them? At what point do we turn to our team and start looking at guys within that team as the new leaders to step up and groom and inject the mentality that it we need to have in the squad, and also that experience to be composed in big matches? I mean, at what point don't you do you not see the likes of Mignon, Theo Hernandez, um, even Christian
Tomori as well.
I mean, Tomori, you have Pulisic, you have Leao. Hopefully, Leao will learn a little bit at Euros. At what point do we turn to those guys and say, guys, you guys are the experienced ones?
Well, I can tell you this much, Hayes. Look, as long as that, even I mean, last season, the season just gone. Even players like Teao, Leo, Tomori, Magnan himself, they didn't perform, especially in big games. They disappeared like everybody else. So what I'm saying is, if we keep buying only, investing in only young players, that we have to wait again 1, 2 years, 3 years to wait for this player to develop into something that we wish, that we want, you know? Whether if we get 28, 30 years old players already established, that already won trophies and know what it takes to do so, and experience, personality, that's my main concern. As far as your questions, I don't know. Only time will tell. But like I said, even Teo is a mix between Teo and Leao. Even Teo, Tomori, Magnan, they disappeared in big games last season as well. So I don't know how much can you rely on them. You know, that's why I said just get player. I'm not asking for many. Just get 2 or 3 players, 30 years old, that kind of way, with personality. That's what we need. Otherwise, if you keep investing, I know the point of view of Jerry. I know what it is. Buy less and what's the saying, Roy? Again, buy less and sell for more, or something
Buy
like
low,
that.
Yeah,
sell high.
but yeah, buy
Yeah,
low.
buy low and so on. I know that's his thing, right? But if we keep getting young players every season, that means we have to wait and wait and wait and wait. You see what I mean? So
I
that's why I'm.
understand. I understand what you're saying, Camelo. However, what I would speak to that point that you raised about bringing in somebody around the 30, 31 year mark. At the end of the day, you also want to you don't want to just bring anybody in, and the type of quality that you would ideally like to bring in around that age, most of them aren't available, or you're gonna have to pay a lot of money to bring them to your club. So I understand what you're trying to portray. However, I feel like if we're looking at it realistically and based on we're going off of what Redbird and Milan have said is their um, financial stance, then it would only make sense that going forward now with those guys leaving, if they go for a Hummels or something, those type of profiles may pop up every now and then, but they're rare. So you're gonna have to look within the older guys within your squad to start to step up. And I also feel that's why Zlatan is in that role where he can, guide some of the leaders or the people that Milan have identified as leaders going forward to like kind of groom them.
I don't know. I don't put my trust on Zlatan, not even on that regard. I don't put. It's not the same thing. Look, having Zlatan around, like for example, at Milanello or whatever else, having Zlatan and having Maldini is two completely different things. To me, that's my personal opinion.
Yeah, but Carmelo, could I just ask you a question? Could you not uh, uh, admit that when Zlatan came in for his second stint, that he brought a mentality and a difference to the locker room?
No, it did though. It did. Yeah, I'm not
But
denying that.
Ace,
I'm
Ace,
not.
Ace, analyze that though. What
That
was
was on the page. That was on the page. Here
that
is
was
different
that was
things.
that was the management, Maldini, who had to fight against Elliott, had to convince them that Milan needed experience in order to take the next step, and
And so
that's how
did Boban. And so did Boban.
and that's how they brought Ibra. So bringing that experience on the pitch is on a sporting way important. But I do want to answer the question about Theo Magnan and Leao. Leao, no, he's too young. Theo, I don't know because he's a little bit of a crazy head. I don't know if he's mature yet. Magnan, yes, Magnan does have that kind of temperament. Is Magnan enough? Maybe not. Maybe we need more. That's my opinion.
But I understand that, but at the same time, remember, at least and I agree. Believe me, don't get me wrong. I agree. I want to see, maybe a Hummels come to Milan, bring some extra experience and quality. But those types of profiles don't always come around, if you know what I mean. Like,
But that's why Ace, like, forget Zlatan for a minute, which I agree with you when he joined in Milan on the pitch, right? But even something like they did with Giroud and Carrier himself, those kind of players. But like you said, they not come easy. They don't come easy, and that's why you have to move in advance. That's why you have to look around. That's why you have to look for free agents and all that. But the issue with this Milan management and owner is that those kind of players you have to give them a high wage, and they're not willing to do that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
if you
that's
get a
that's the
play,
main problem. That's the main
that's
problem.
the main issue. Because if you get a free agent, I mean, look what happened with Turam, this last example. You know what I mean? So those kind of players, they might ask you for um, 7 million, 8 million, maybe, and if it's really, really good free agent, it's going to ask even more. That's the main issue in Milan. That's why those players they can never come into the squad because of that, and because they look at it as a wasted investment because they can't resell the player anymore after that.
okay, but just to go back to the Zlatan interview from yesterday, Roy, and anybody, even Camelo, I don't know if you watched it in its entirety, but I
I
do
did,
think.
I did, yeah.
I mean, there was some points, moments in the interview, like the one when they asked about the one keeping Theo and Mike and Leao, and then a moment after another journalist asks about the renewals. And if you look, Roy, you talk about demeanor when Zlatan was giving his response. At one point, he looked at, I guess it would be Falani or Moncada with, those kind of piercing eyes when he responded and said, when he was saying that, this kind of question is for them to answer, So I do think that he is going to apply some level of pressure in the direction that we all want to see. I'm not saying that it's going to be fully um, like how it was with Maldini or whatever. But I do think that Zlatan is going to still.
Are you sure about that,
I,
Ace?
I would like to believe that that's possible.
Oh, that's different. You would like to believe that's different.
But I
No,
mean,
but
I see why, because at the end of the day, I think Zlatan does believe in himself, and we know that for sure. And I think that he knows in his mind that the ideas that he would have would be good ideas, the right idea. But at the end of the day, where is Zlatan's real? Is he going to be? Who's he working for himself, or is he working for the club? Is he going to marry this idea that what the overall decides is the right decision? I think he's going towards that direction. So I don't know how much pressure he's going to have. That's my concern for
Yeah,
now.
but again, Roy, Zlatan is employed by Redbird. He doesn't work for Milan. So why do you let Zlatan have this kind of interview, announce Fonseca as the new manager? Which, by the way, how do you announce a new coach and he's not even there? But I don't know. I don't understand that. That's me. But that's another thing.
let me
But
answer your question.
the only
Carmelo.
reason, no, I just finished. The only reason that Jerry got Zlatan involved, and this interview from yesterday is another example of it, just to put someone recognizable to the Tifosi, his face there, to keep the Tifosi quiet in a way, to say, look, it's Zlatan talking. Do you know, that kind of way? Because if the same interview yesterday that Zlatan did, if Fulani was sitting on that chair instead, it wouldn't be the same thing at all, as you know. So
Yeah,
Zlatan is more excused. You see, Zlatan is like,
I understand what you're saying.
I'm not saying he's an idiot, don't get me wrong, but he's a most useful idiot, as they call, when
I
they put
understand.
him in
No,
front. Do
I
you
understand what
understand
you're
what I'm
saying.
saying?
I understand,
Yeah.
but there was also, I think, from what I understood of it, is that it's also a presentation, right? Because Zlatan was hired, and it is a presentation of him in the club and what he's going to do. So there was that element of it too, which I think they had to do. They had to do. If you're going to get Zlatan, you probably want some kind of presentation. Usually it's a short presentation, it's a 5-minute video, but they did a whole segment about it. And they are using Zlatan to have that connection with the Tifosi, and also because I think Cardinale really believes that he can get good advice from Zlatan. I do believe that. I mean, I do think that Cardinale knows that he needs good advice. So he's going to get them from Zlatan. But I think the what it comes down to here is really the job and being professionals. I don't think Zlatan is going to go out of his way to put pressure to convince people that his ideas are correct. I think he's going to maintain his spot. He's intelligent. He knows where his place is. He knows where he is in the chain of command. And he's going to do his job, his best to advise the way he can. At the end of the day, the people that will make the decisions are going to be Jerry Cardinale and Furlani.
But do you know something? Even after yesterday interview or conference, whatever you call it, I still don't know what exactly Zlatan is doing there. Because at question asked, he answered. He said basically, I do a bit of this, bit of that, here and there. Very vague. I still don't know what exactly they're doing there, to be honest.
Could I
Well,
answer? So I have a
yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, Roy. So to Carmelo, the first thing you asked before you finished your question to everybody was it had something to do with the dynamic between Zlatan and Fulani and they, but I kind of forgot what was the question you were asking that I wanted to answer. But to speak on your question about not understanding what position and role Zlatan is, I think to paint a picture of it, it's basically another layer between Jerry Cardinale and Milan. So Zlatan is basically working for Redbird, but involved in Milan's business.
I agree with that as well.
And also,
he's not working for Milan. He's working for Red Bull.
yeah, and
Yeah, he
also
works for
he
Redbird.
is. I
He's a
think he is the.
consultant to Milan in a sense.
And I think he's the direct connection from Cardinale to Furlani also.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be.
So basically, being an advisor, all he does is giving advice.
That's all he does. That's what he said he
suggestions
does.
and
Yeah.
all that.
He's
I don't
an
think
advisor.
Basically,
I don't think that's
it's
all
a
he does,
panel.
but yeah.
It's like a mini committee, a Milan committee. If you want to say a committee of Zlatan, Forlani, and Moncada, where they sit down and then they may have meetings with just Zlatan and Forlani, and then Zlatan and Moncada. I think he's just the person that, as you said, Roy, kind of like a mascot almost. But
For Cardinal, he's going to give his
something
advice, and then, but I don't think he's going to die on the hill for his advice.
I think the role that he's playing is such that he's gonna be the guy who listens to our Cardinales high level ideas and tries to translate them into a lower level idea, which could be more easily reachable, so to say. This is the way I understand it at least. Cardinale is going to be like, okay, I want to finish top 4 every year. He's going to be like, okay, let's buy not top players, basically.
So it's Cardinale mouthpiece kind of thing.
Yeah, I think. Listen, he gave himself a title. It was Redbird Operative. What was it? Redbird. What was it?
Operation, something to do with operations.
Redbird Operation Advisor, I think it was.
Something like that. Or he was,
anyway, guys, let me just say hi to Red John
senior
first. What's up,
manager.
Red John? How you doing, Red John?
Hi guys, how you doing?
Hi John.
Did you watch the game?
Red John.
Hello, my
John.
man. How you doing?
Hey, Red John, bro.
John, are you ready for tomorrow night, John?
Tomorrow is the match, bro. The day was
Italy
boring.
versus Italy.
What is Italy? Italy versus Italy, says the hater.
Italy
But
versus
yeah,
guys. I looked at that formation. It's a Serie A team. It's like
it's a
we're playing
Serie A
against.
team. Yeah,
We're
it's a
playing
Serie A
against.
team.
It's
100%.
this is why they did so well in the group stages, because it's a Serie A team. It's
No,
like
but
a,
listen,
it's a
how
high
unlucky
level
are we,
Serie A
bro?
team.
How unlucky are we? We get qualified as the first team in the group. We get this fucking group then in the Euros, absolutely destroyed by that. But what can we do? Now the point is you have to go there with belief, and you don't have the pressure of having to win, because no one is expecting us to win, not even us ourselves.
I think. Listen, after seeing that formation and knowing those players, I think they're going to be tough for Spain and Croatia, not just Italy. Like that's Serie. It's like a top 8 Serie A team, pretty much. It's like
exactly. Yes.
Yeah, but like John said, when you play light-minded, there's
Exactly.
no expectation on you whatsoever.
and that's
Exactly.
good.
I
That's
agree
an
with
advantage.
Carmelo
That's
here,
a-
in the sense that
that's
you
an
are
advantage.
you don't play with the stress of having to win. Italy is going to have the
Right.
stress because Italy
Yeah.
is supposed to win against Albania. They are not supposed
Right.
to drop points there. Whereas our players, but the problem that I have is this. This is the problem that I have with our team. The fact that we did qualify first, but we qualified on shots from outside the box. And that's not a consistent way for you to score. Like
Oh,
shooting
interesting.
outside of the box and scoring goals. That's how we scored a lot of goals. Beautiful goals, but from outside the box. And that's not consistent. Like you cannot pass the group by scoring goals like that. You have to have an actual system.
Yeah, but look, regardless how this goes, I'm sure it's very, very exciting for Albanian people.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Regardless that
You
the
guys
group is
already
tough.
won. You guys already won. You already won.
In
Red
a
John,
way, yeah.
who's the star player for Albania?
Who's the star player?
Yeah.
I don't know if you're expecting something like Haaland or whatever, but our best player, in my opinion, is actually someone who sits on the bench for Inter, Aslani. In my opinion, he's.
I mean,
the
I
most
think all the
best player
midfield
we have.
there is pretty good.
Yeah, the midfield is not bad, right? But I've seen
The attack is
Aslani
good.
play for us.
The
He's really
defense is good. It's fucking Atalanta,
and Empoli.
Empoli, and you have a little bit of Napoli there.
Yeah.
Oh, is he Aslani now in the start 11? Is
You
he?
have a little bit of Inter
He is.
there,
He is in the starting.
Oh,
lineup.
he is. Oh, right.
and there's more. There's other teams too. I don't know who else. Genoa. You have Genoa.
Lazio with Husay. Yeah, there's like
Lazio.
It's gonna be interesting.
Yeah.
So
Guys,
the game against Italy and Albania is actually going to be very boring or very exciting. But I think Albania's going. They're going to know how the Italians play. So it's
Wait, who's cheering for Albania?
We have never won against Italy, by the way, ever. We have always either lost or draw here and there. And the thing is that given that we are like a small nation and we don't always participate into this kind of cups, the majority of Albanians are actually fans of Italy when these competitions actually happen.
Yeah,
so
I saw that even the trainings are in Italian.
The Albanian national team is like all set
because
up.
Sidvino speaks Italian, and the majority
They
of
all
the
speak
players
Italian.
play in Italy. Yeah.
Yeah, so that tells me
true.
that Albania will be ready for Italy. That's what
In before we get smashed 5-0 every game.
But I don't think that will happen against Italy. Maybe against Spain it can happen. Maybe against Spain, but against Italy, I don't think so.
Look, games need to be played first, you know.
Yeah.
Guys, Albania's team is like all Serie A players, bro. Like a lot.
I
of
think
them.
Spain is like you got to know how to play against Spain. Spain is really difficult.
Yeah.
And
Spain
then Croatia is
gonna kill you with possession. I think it's also the kind of team that Italy itself suffers a lot every time they play, because they just kill you with possession all the time.
Italy?
No, I mean Spain is a kind of team that Italy also suffers every time.
No,
they
yeah,
go
but
there.
Italy
Oh,
has
yeah, that's true.
beaten
Always,
Spain
always.
a lot. But I'm saying Italy has a lot of experience against Spain,
Oh yeah,
and
yeah.
knowing how to suffer till the end, till the last drop of blood, and get a result is really difficult against Spain. Really difficult.
Yeah,
Hey,
but
guys,
usually
who you
we
see winning
suffer
this
them.
group? Who's the top two out of this group then? Albania and Italy, or
I doubt it. I think it's probably gonna be either Italy or Spain topping the group, and one of these two teams gonna be second as well, most probably. Or at the very least, this is the odds. Now you might have Croatia beating everyone and them being top, but I don't think this is the probable what's gonna happen. Like Croatia has a really good team, but I also feel like they're a little bit like the big stars are a little bit old. Take it as you want, in the sense that they have a lot of experience, but I don't know.
Yeah,
Like,
Croatia overall they a little bit overage, like many of them. Not all the Modric, but many of them.
hey, did Rebic make that team by chance? Or do you all know?
I don't think so.
I wouldn't be surprised if Italy really struggles because of just how they got into this tournament. But I think it's going to be pretty balanced, really, because when you look at the rosters, I looked at all of the rosters, and you look at the players, and without falling for the hype of La Liga or the Champions League or the Premier League, and you just look at the value and the quality of all the players that are going to be playing the 90 minutes, like it's pretty balanced, more or less. Some teams have more, some teams have a bit less. But even Albania, with a lot of those players that we know in Serie A, they can be a problem for.
Yeah, but look, there's gonna be like John was saying, there's gonna be a lot of pressure on Italy, not because it's just Italy,
but not Italy. Spain is
because they also are the trophy holders as well, so that had into it. You know what I mean? And
Trophy
talking
holders,
about
everyone expects Italy to win, right?
exactly,
So
that's all the time.
And most importantly, is the first match of the Euros. So if there's a match where you can, in a way or another, give yourself a little bit of slack because due to the pressure, it's the first match of the Euros.
I think
so
if
that could be
Italy,
our saving grace.
look, Italy, the way they
Yeah,
should
you can give it away in the first game. That's the only
Yeah.
time. Yeah.
Italy is not one of the favorites. So like they're like in the books, they are 6th or 7th, right? According to the bets.
Last Euros, they
it was the
weren't.
same.
Yeah.
No, last year it was exactly the same. Last year it was exactly the same. They were 6th or 7th, but they ended up winning. But this year, I don't think they feel they're the favorites. One thing that about Italy, and I think that the federation understands, because it also comes down to intelligence at the end of the day, is that the defense is a young defense. Is a defense that still needs to, mangiare la loro pasta asciutta, like Bonucci and Chiellini were saying. So there's that aspect, right? I don't think they're putting so much pressure, which could be good for them. So I think Italy is going in this pretty okay, but the performances are going to matter, and the football is going to matter.
By the way, you're going to see the stadium. The stadium is going to be full, but full of Albanian fans, bro. I've seen so many in this last couple of days. It's fucking crazy. And I think I'm the only Albanian who didn't manage to find the fucking ticket.
Oh, Jesus, really? Damn.
Yeah, it's.
But listen, Albania can very well be a surprise team. Yeah, so be ready for that.
Yeah, look. Last World Cup, Morocco reached what, the quarterfinals, was it?
Yeah, but
the World Cup, yeah. So
semifinals.
Had a better team.
Semifinals, yeah.
Than we have, guys. Come on, let's be real. Like I'm all here for the hype, and tomorrow I'm gonna be hyped and trash talk Italy and whatever. But deep inside, I know that we are not at that level. That being said, anything can happen, right?
Yeah, but sometimes, John, look, this works for any team, in my opinion. When this tournament starts, something clicks sometimes, you know what I mean? Something, whatever might be, and things work some kind of way that it wasn't expected at the beginning, you know? You never know. You just have to let it start, the tournament start, and then see how it goes.
Mm-hmm.
Even for the teams like with no expectation at all, like Albania or other teams.
Yeah.
But once they get in there, they get eager to do more and more and more, you know. That can also happen, you know.
Yeah.
Croatia is very strong. I looked at that formation. They have a really good formation. Also, Croatia does. Yeah, so this group is crazy. I think Italy, the best thing that they can do, and I'm sorry I'm going to have to say this, is going to sound cruel, but I think all these teams, Spain, Croatia, Italy, their best option is to try and get as many points as away from Albania and go in for the kill with Albania.
I am 100% sure.
And then fight it out.
Every team in that group, like every team in the sense that other than Albania, is thinking exactly that there is one match that you have to win, and that's the match against Albania.
Yeah.
And then the other matches you try to salvage as many points as you can, because you can end up still qualifying third.
Correct. I think that's how it's going to go, more or less. Yeah.
And this is what, in my opinion, can give us some sort of an advantage if we are strong-minded, right?
Correct. Because Albania is expecting it, right? And these are Serie A players. They tactically they know how to handle this kind of stuff.
I think the Albania-Italy game is going to be Italy's hardest game in this group.
Most likely, yeah. Yes, I agree. Most likely, yeah.
Yeah, because again, it's the first one.
Yeah, it's exactly. I can only agree with that, not because it's Albania, but because it's the first one.
But not only because it's the first one, because I think it's actually more because Albania has a lot of Serie A players.
Yeah, I agree. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
I don't
know. They know they've played against Bastoni a million times. They played against Barella a million times. They train with Barella. They know these guys.
But you know about tomorrow night also, it's not only because it's the first game, but because Albania is the first time in a tournament like this for them.
Second.
Oh, second. Sorry, second. Yeah. But anyway, they're gonna have more.
Give him respect, Carmelo. Give him respect.
Carmelo, listen. Not to be the
I didn't know.
We have actually already won one match in the Euros, okay, and finished third.
No, I didn't. I didn't know. I thought it was the first time. But what I was trying to say is that they will be more angry than Italy. That's what I'm trying to say, I guess. They will eat more grass than Italy will tomorrow night, because they will go into this game more enthusiastic and more willing to, you know what I mean.
Yeah, we will see. Like I expect everything from.
I don't know. But Italy is usually pretty.
I expect everything from 5-0 for Italy to 1-0 Albania winning somehow. Like everything can be possible.
Yeah, I agree with
kind
that.
of a game.
I think it lives there. It lives somewhere there. From a big win from Italy all the way to a win by Albania. I don't see Albania winning by much, though, but they can squeeze in a win.
No, but
They
Roy,
can squeeze in a win.
I can guarantee you that even if somehow we win, we are not going to win by much, because we are going there with the mentality of being the smaller team, because we are the smaller team. So if we score 1 goal, maximum 2 goals, we're going to defend, bro. You're not going to be there trying
Yeah.
to score 5 more. Like what?
Right. Unless they discover that they can dominate, the big teams. I mean, if you can do that, then you just do it. I mean, look, Italy usually is strong going into these competitions, right? I mean, so Italy is going to be prepared, I think. But I don't know. With Italy, you never know. It's either good or it's bad. There's no in between.
Yeah, but still very, very tough group. Anyway.
Oh yeah, man, it's super difficult. We had the exact same group in 2012? Yeah, 2012, where we reached the final and we lost 4-0 to Spain. It was the exact same group except for Albania was Northern Ireland.
Yeah.
But again, look, regardless how it goes tomorrow night against Albania, but what I fear the most is Spain more than Croatia. I'm confident with Croatia, but Spain, we usually suffer Spain. The way Spain plays Italy always suffer them.
Everybody suffers them.
Everybody suffers them.
Everybody.
They are fucking annoying the way they play.
Yeah. Yeah, Spain is definitely, I think, the favorites to win the group, right? Would you guys agree?
No, I think Croatia the
Really?
favorites to win the group.
I think it's
Croatia.
either Spain or Italy, one of the two.
Yeah,
I don't think it's Croatia. I think Croatia is a really good team, but it's Italy and Spain, bro.
Yeah, I don't have much faith in Croatia either. No.
Oh, no, I think it's going to be Croatia and one of Spain or Italy.
I think Croatia can win it. I agree with Ace that Croatia can win it because that roster is sick. That roster is so fucking sick.
Isn't it that sick though? It's Brozovic, Modric.
Yeah,
Who else?
Pazalic, Perisic, Gvardiol, and the defenders.
Yeah, but they are all kind of like.
Yeah, I don't know where they are physically, because you guys are right. They are a little bit older. But if they're still playing at high levels, I don't know. We'll find out. If they are, it's like we saw them on the World Cup.
Where is Brozovic playing now, by the way? Somehow, or in Saudi Arabia?
Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, Brozovic is in Saudi Arabia. But I mean, they have.
Yeah, it's not exactly the same thing.
Yeah, as playing with Inter or Bayern, right? So,
guys, what do you make out of the rules that Spalletti made in the locker room? Do you guys know about it?
No, what rule?
So you have to, no cell phones during dinner or lunch. You can't walk around with headphones. No place
with headphones.
Yeah.
What?
No PlayStation at a certain time. And stay, and be happy. Be happy.
Yeah, be happy.
Be in tune with nature. Be in tune with nature.
You're only eating broccoli. What is this, bro?
Are you making it up? Yeah.
No.
I'm not. I swear I'm not making it up.
No, but I like that. I'll just make my point on it. I think it's a great thing. I think it's something that maybe they should do at even the professional level. I mean, speaking from like energy and like managing your mental energy levels. Like, sometimes we have cell phones. The way cell phones are, you'll end up staying up on that thing for like hours scrolling. So I think it's good, and then also it'll help build a little bit of team cohesion when you're not on your phone while you're eating. You have to talk, you have to engage, or at least look around and see, get to know the individuals on your team a little bit better. So yeah, I think it's eccentric, but cool that they implemented those stuff.
Yeah, but Ace, it might be worse.
It's not uncommon. It's not.
It might be worse now, but Ace, I've always been like that. Always, even 20 years ago or whatever.
And also, you have Pirlo saying that he almost didn't sleep the whole night before the World Cup because he was playing PlayStation, right?
Listen,
with Nesta,
with Nesta, yeah, exactly. So
I don't know. Even as obviously, my experience as a coach can never be anything near what Spalletti does. Nowhere near. But just like having to manage players, I find it very difficult to put so many rules on players, because there's so much downtime that happens, and that downtime you can't be in there all the time. You can't
But
be a shadow on your players.
also another thing, times have kind of changed. Like I see it for myself, and I'm pretty sure there are many players participating into that Italian team that just cannot sleep just like that. You turn off the lights and you sleep. Like I cannot do that anymore. I need to watch something or to hear something.
You're not the only one, John. It's not like you turn the light off and you switch off and then go to sleep.
Exactly.
It doesn't work that way. Yeah.
But if the players do respond to it positively, and they're going to say, "Look, this is going to be the next 2, 3, or 4 weeks out of our lives, and we're okay with doing that for the cause," then that's a good thing. That's Spalletti done.
Yeah, but listen, Roy. Sometimes when you put like very strict rules to a spoiled child, things can work in both ways. So
Yeah, I agree.
That's
Like,
what
I think
they basically are.
They're professionals representing their country. They're supposed to be the best of their class for this year. It's not to say it's little kids. It's professionals. You come to a tournament. So if the coach says these are the things that you have to do, you have to think that it's in your best interest as a team to do it.
Yeah, and if everybody has that mentality, Ace, then it's a winning mentality for sure.
Yeah, they are going to win the Euros.
So it's to be seen if some of those players will be able to have that discipline. Obviously, imagine asking that to a guy like Cassano, right?
I was thinking that seriously.
Or Balotelli, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, even Gattuso, Pirlo, these guys really like to fuck around, really like to,
Yeah, but that's a different generation. Like
No, but I agree with you, Ace. I mean, I think this kind of disciplinarian thing, if it's done well, it works well. Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, but also like you mentioned, Roy, you mentioned Cassano and Balotelli. When Cassano and Balotelli used to play for Italy, there were like very experienced players like Chiellini and other. So it wasn't only the coach duty to keep them in line, but also their teammates, because they were very experienced
How
players.
many experienced players Italy have now on their
Yeah.
team?
Not that many. True.
So maybe it's a remedy for what the problem he has right now.
That's a good point. That's actually a good point.
Yeah,
that's a good point. Yeah.
What
Anyway,
did Germany do tonight? What did Germany do tonight? Anyway, I didn't follow.
4-1. They beat Scotland 4-1.
5-1.
Oh, 5-1. Damn.
And they had a really, really good game. But I think they have a really good coach. Really good coach.
Now, listen, I think Germany are the favorite. I still think Germany are the favorites to win it.
No, I wouldn't be surprised if they win it, but I still think I wouldn't be surprised if they win it because it's being played in Germany, right? So they're gonna have the full support everywhere they go.
And also the teams, the German teams that are doing well in Europe are packed with Germans. So those players are playing good against other European players.
Yeah, they're gonna. I don't think that Germany team is ready for France or Portugal.
Yeah, France is
maybe so, but to be fair, who's ready for France? Like France is
Portugal. I think Portugal, France would be an awesome game.
I don't rate Portugal as high as France, to be quite honest.
No, France is one step ahead. Yeah.
Step ahead. Yeah.
But I only put France ahead because of mostly their coach and Mbappe, but mostly their coach plays a very reserved, conservative style, even with the kind of firepower that he has. And Portugal, I don't know, I'm not sure exactly what to expect with their
This
coach.
reminds me. This reminds me of talking about Germany playing at home. Reminds me of back in 2006. We're gonna meet them in the semifinals again, and they're gonna cry again.
Hey, I'm superstitious, so you can't be.
Don't jinx it, bro.
Don't jinx that shit. We take that.
Who gives superstition? It's a fucking stupid thing.
I like that. I like
no, man. I've seen too many English fans do that shit.
You just make yourself believe things that nah, I don't really believe in any of that, to be honest.
So
If
you
things
don't
have to
have a
happen,
But
they will
but
happen.
hey, but you know what I've analyzed too? I've been looking at this, and ever since 1990, aside from one time, every time Italy has gone to the group stages, every single time, aside Spain beating them 4-0, Italy's always gone out either on penalties or twice on golden goal when the golden goal. So when it comes to the knockout stages, Italy is very tough to beat historically, even in the last period.
Roy,
Right.
I said this.
Usually, yeah.
Normally that means they have Milan players on their team, but they don't have any, so I don't
Yeah.
expect much.
If they can leave the group,
That's
then
that's
like
the
I
thing.
said, if they
It's
can make the
yeah.
knockout stages, then they're gonna do really well. If they if they don't, then we'll see them crumble in the group. You know, that's how.
Right. I think if they survive this group stages, then when it comes to the knockout stages, Italy is a very tough team to beat. Very tough team. And if they got to be lucky also with who they get. And I think for Italy to go far, they have to be good on penalties. Italy has been good on penalties, but it'll
Do
be
you
there'll
guys
be
think
penalty
that?
shootout.
Do you guys think that beating Albania, tying Spain, and tying Croatia would be enough to progress? I mean, it depends on everyone else,
It's almost guaranteed.
right? Like
to go
that's
through, yeah.
so that would be
That's
fantastic.
five. That's 5 points. It should be enough, I guess.
No, but it's you are. I think even mathematically guaranteed to actually
Yeah,
be
for sure.
second at the very least. Yeah.
Yeah, now that would because that's feasible. I'm worried, but
If Italy doesn't make the group stages, I'll be a little bit disappointed, but I'm not that disappointed. I'll be honest with you.
I mean, I think they have a hard group, and I mean, I'm not yanking Red John's tail here, but I do think that Albania is going to be very difficult for not only Italy tomorrow, but the other
Yeah,
teams, just
I agree.
because they're not they're going to be playing that low block, mid block, break us down, from the get go, which is I don't know. I don't see that Spain has anybody that can break the line like that. I'm not sure, but
The team I fear the most is Spain, to be fair, because of the playstyle that they do. Because possession
Yeah.
playstyle kind of beats the low block kind of football that we are going to try to play. They are going to get a defender out of position and score. But yeah, like a team like Albania should fear everyone in the group. It doesn't matter if it's Italy or
no,
or
for
Poland.
sure.
Like, yeah.
If now the thing about Spain is this, that honestly defensively it's not that great, the roster, if you look at the players. If you can be good with your counterattacks, I think you can get Spain. The thing is,
Yeah,
like, Spain is going to be so they're going to suffocate you. Can you survive that? Can you
No,
survive?
look. The thing with Spain is they keep the ball a lot, but they can easily concede sometimes. If you get them to the right spot, like a counterattacks and stuff, they will concede. They will concede goals. So I agree with that. I just want to ask John, how is Albania Silvino's playing? What kind of formation, like on paper? 4-2-1, 4-3-3. How is he playing?
So mainly we are playing 4-2, 4-2-2-2, right? The 4-4-2 formation. But
Right,
I'm
right.
not sure what he is doing now because we have kind of changed the players. So because Broja was injured almost the whole season, we didn't play with Broja at all during the entire year last year. Therefore, I'm not quite sure what he's going to do now that you have Broja in, because the striker we had before was not a fast striker. Tsikaleshi was
Okay,
kind of
okay.
the kind of striker that stays in the zone. If you give him the ball, good. If you don't give him the ball, you are playing with 10 players. So
But
maybe now he's going to try and do something different.
right, but is he overall like sitting back or attacking football, that kind of way of, or
Uh,
or or a little bit of both, like that kind
I
of way?
feel like for example, because we have had also a lot of like the Albanian team that made the qualifiers. The first time was with Gianni De Biasi as a coach. and
Oh
we
yeah, I
played
remember him. Yeah, yeah.
we played Catenaccio, bro. Like we made like everyone was super happy.
All the style. Yeah.
But we were unwatchable. Like 15 men behind the goal basically, and wait for the opponent to make a mistake so you can counterattack. So absolutely disgusting. Whereas with Silvino now, we are playing a little bit more
Yeah,
proactively.
but
As in,
but
we
but
At
I
got
least
think
you
it's also,
propose something. Yeah.
but I think it's also because the players
are better. Yeah, I
are
agree.
better and have more quality and play better that way. Yeah.
No, but De Biasi is that kind of coach anyway, regardless.
Yeah, De Biasi. Well, I'm super like thankful to De Biasi, right? Because I got to see my national team in a competition of this kind, right? But we were unwatchable. Come on, like 12 players behind the ball, and then when you play against teams that are just definitely better than you, like we played against France, even though to be in his defense, the last European that we played, we lost 2-0 against France, 2-0 against Switzerland. Both losses we got scored in the 90th and 92nd minutes. So a little bit unlucky for us, and then we won the other game against Romania 1-0. But I would prefer for us not to play attacking football, but don't play Catenaccio, because with Catenaccio you are guaranteed to not win at the very least. I feel like.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, if you keep defending all game, you're gonna eventually concede anyway.
You're going to
Especially
make
with
a mistake because you are
yeah.
still, at the end of the day, you are playing with okay players that play in Serie A, but players that are not winning Serie A. There are still
Yeah,
players
but
that play for the
again, John, you can't focus for 90 and over minutes all the time. You
Yeah,
know,
exactly.
you're gonna make a mistake eventually.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
Anyways, guys, buona continuazione. Alla prossima.
Have a good one, Carmelo. Good luck tomorrow.
Ciao, Carmelo.
I'll be interesting and fun anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Ciao ragazzi, alla prossima.
Have a
Ciao,
good
ciao.
one. Alla prossima.
Red John, so what do you think about Ibra? Are you liking what you saw? Are you in love with the project? What's going on?
I don't want to make the mistake of thinking that Ibra, or the persona that Ibra presented as a player when he was a player, is the Ibra or the actual person who's gonna go and handle with Redbird. If what Ibra is saying is true, which I doubt, because I don't think Ibra is going to be there discussing with Jerry about why are you not spending more like Maldini was doing, for example. But I also don't believe that Ibra is there without any pretenses at all, like as in to just become part of a project that he knows for a fact is going to fail and it's not going to be a winning one. So I feel it's something in the middle. I don't think it is like he said that he's there to.
But okay, but I want to respond to that, or not respond to that. I want to ask you something about it. So, what is a winning project for Ibra?
So, what is a winning project for Ibra? I can
According
tell
to
you.
you. According to you.
Then let me tell you what is a winning project for me. A winning project for me.
No, for
is,
Ibra, not for you. For
well,
Ibra.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I don't know because it depends now. What does winning mean? For
Yeah,
Ibra?
exactly. That's what I'm asking. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a bit hard for me to actually give you that answer. In my
Okay,
opinion,
yeah.
in my opinion, what winning means for Ibra is this: to create a team that is can challenge for the Scudetto, but nonetheless a team that has to be or to be good by means of not spending that much money. So it's in other words in the same direction as Redbird is going, which I don't necessarily agree with.
Okay.
Could I answer the question as well, Roy?
Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
So
hey, that was a question from you, man.
Oh yeah. But if I could,
greedy. Red John is greedy, guys.
If I could answer, what I would say based on what Zlatan was saying, what I got from his message, I think what success looks like for him is building a competitive team, a competitive first team, winning in Italy and winning in Europe. And also, I do think that he did speak a lot and he did repeat it a lot about the under 23s. And I think that for him, a part of that success would be to see, the lights of Kamada and Liberali come through the under 23 team and become an established player in the Milan first team.
When you say winning, like to what extent winning? You think he means?
Oh,
When I say winning, I mean winning, like winning, like actually winning the league. So winning the Serie A next season, actually winning the um, Champions League as well.
Okay, gotcha. So you don't agree with that, Red John, because you don't think that that's what he means that far.
yeah. If you listen to his speech, you would tend to think exactly that the winning for him means for us to win the Champions League. But to win the Champions League, you don't just wait for it to happen and hope for it to happen. You have to actually invest and do all the necessary things.
I think, yeah, I think really when it comes down to going to that extent, you have to show the operation needs to be of a higher level, and it needs to be visible. So I agree with that notion. But winning for him maybe could be, if he wins the Champions League, that's great. He'll love to get the credit, kind of thing. That's the way I see winning means for him. Just being able to overachieve would be great, but if they can maintain the status quo, I think that's also winning. That's what I see.
Yeah, but you're saying, and I don't want people to think that I am a defender of Redbird.
Oh yeah, no, of course, dude. Nobody's
But
saying
I do feel like a part of me wants to believe that I'm being too emotional about the whole thing, and I think I need to be a little bit more pragmatic in terms of patience and giving them a little bit of time to work. I mean, I do think that this transfer window coming up, will prove to me whether they're full of shit and just want to talk, or if they actually want to incrementally move Milan in the right direction, which means winning multiple actual league titles and Champions Leagues, or being in the Champions League final on a regular basis. Because I want to believe that there is a way for them to get what they want, which is make money, and for us to get what we want, which is to win. Because I look at teams around that are doing it, and I know that it's possible. So I do feel sometimes that, like, maybe I need to not be so emotional about Milan and think about it from a level-headed place. Like, okay, they announced Zlatan today. Yesterday they announced who the coach is. I mean, I agree with the coach, but they are saying this is what the algorithm is saying is the best fit for us in order to reach our ultimate goal, which is to win. So for now, I'm still, trying to give them some more time. And I feel like
Yeah.
that's where we need to be, because I hear us talking about this Zlatan interview, and I just feel like, okay, could we Zlatan Ibrahimovic, like he says he's about success. Let's give him some credit. I believe he earned some credit. No.
I don't know. I don't know if for me, here,
as someone involved in the management, not really, but as a player, sure, you could say that, even though he's not necessarily the most reliable and the kind of player that always stayed in the same team, like you could have said, for example, for Maldini.
But I'm glad you mentioned Maldini, because at the beginning of Maldini's reign as sporting director, there was people on both sides. There were people saying that he hasn't done anything yet. Why is he allowed to just come in here
and Maldini. He had never, before he took the sporting director role, previously had never done anything at that capacity before, in football. But and I'm not saying that we need to give Zlatan that same level of tolerance, but I do feel that, there are similarities in terms of maybe
I don't see the similarities.
Maldini's similarities in the sense that this was their first job coming out of being a player. Maldini was a bigger gap.
Maybe, yeah.
There was a bigger gap for Maldini in terms of when he stopped playing and when he took over the director at Milan. But they both never did anything prior to that.
I mean,
being
it's not exactly the same. There are similarities, but the jobs weren't exactly the same.
Exactly. I mean, Zlatan has less direct control of Milan.
Correct.
He can't go and fire somebody, but he could maybe suggest strongly that somebody be fired or whatever it is.
I mean, Zlatan, his ability to move a needle is very limited in compared to how much Maldini had freedom to move a needle for Milan. So there are different roles, but can he be that mental stability, that sport from a sporting side? Can he bring that? Essentially, I think that's what we're getting here. Can he bring that upper echelon mentality to the club when it comes to the sporting aspect? These are things that need to be discovered. I agree. Where I kind of have time believing in this is kind of already seeing how things are being done. But then when I compare it to how other teams are doing their things, I don't see us compete. I just see us being under that. I think if our wages stay at 83 million, we're not going to be that team that wins Champions Leagues and wins Scudettis, and that's one of the things. If I look at how Inter is set up for next season, I think, and I could be completely wrong about this, forgive me if I'm wrong, but if we need to beat Inter, the amount of work that needs to be done to get to that level for next season is monumental. It's huge. I don't see Milan being able to do that this summer. And if I'm proven wrong, I'm happy. I'm happy about that. So at the end of the day, I think I'm trying to look at this pragmatically as possible from a football standing point. And competitively speaking, we are behind other teams, other managements, other teams, other methodologies, etc., etc. It puts us in this weird spot where we're just below that upper echelon. We just live somewhere there between the upper echelon and then the teams that fight for 5, 4, etc.
But here's a question for you, Roy. What would be for you a scenario or some sort of an action that Zlatan and the management would have to do in order to convince you that they are going for winning every competition they participate in?
I mean, first of all, if it's just buying young players, that's already wrong right there. They have to buy experienced players. They have to buy players not for the purpose of making money, but for the purpose of winning trophies. And they have to operate that way. So already there, I don't see that happening.
I would say similar answer to Roy in terms of but for me it would be more towards renewals and seeing that we aren't afraid
I agree with that.
Yeah, exactly. Hold on to our best players, give them fair market price for their services, and maybe go to a big club like a Juventus, and you take their best player from them and you bring them to Milan. Something along those lines. But I'm also not opposed to us taking this slightly more responsible, as they would put it, approach, or the smarter approach where we're not spending crazy money. I don't mind not spending crazy money, but the trade-off for me is that when you do spend, you buy quality players, and Zlatan did speak to that. He did say in the interview that, for him it's about in making sure that there's competition within the squad, keeping the squad together, and creating competition. And I do think there are a couple positions where there needs to be more quality for competition. So that is what it would look like to me.
But the question is, uh, because just saying that we need to get more quality is not necessarily something specifically defined. Would a team that goes or wants to challenge for the Scudetto and the Champions League go for Zirkzee? That's the question. If no, then who would they go for?
Well,
Now,
there's two.
Mhm.
Yeah, go ahead. No, if you have more, go
No,
ahead.
no. I just wanted to say that within the realm of possibilities, in the sense that you can tell me that we should have gone for Mbappe, right? Sure, but Mbappe only one team in the world can get.
Or like what Carmelo said the other day, Osimhen.
Yeah, like I can agree with you. Yeah, Osimhen could have been one.
If you're going for Osimhen, that's like, okay, now we're talking. Now we're a real club. Now we're back. Milan is back.
Yeah, but yet
Yeah, no,
again,
I agree.
Osimhen would have cost 100.
But I also do think that Zirkzee, I do see why a big club that's gunning for a Champions League would go for a player like Zirkzee. I mean,
Listen,
he has all the
Ace,
characteristics to be very dangerous.
Ace, if it wasn't for the release clause, Xerxes Bologna would easily sell him for 60, 70, even 80 million to the buyer who would pay that kind of money.
Is he worth that, Roy?
In today's market, yes.
He is, but
I think he
still,
has
he
the
scored
upside
only
to.
11 goals.
If I play the game that the market plays, yes, he's worth it for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah,
But then, how much is Osimhen worth?
Around 100.
yeah, because Osimhen has injury. He does get injured quite often. So I mean,
Minimum 100, yeah.
yeah. So I would say
Also.
100. And I agree. I don't think we. I think we're. This is an opportunity to strike. With getting a player like Zirkzee on that kind of money, and I think that's also why the agent knows what his client is. He knows the product that he's selling, and he knows that it's a bargain at
I don't know
40.
about that, in the sense that
Hmm.
like you cannot really know. I'm pretty sure the managers go with the policy of you make as much money as you can right now because you never know what's going to happen.
No, but what Ace said there at the end, it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, the agent knows he's a bargain. That's why he's like going up with the commissions. Yeah,
The price itself, sure. I
yeah,
agree.
yeah. That explains, that puts a lot of things in perspective. You know, yeah. Maybe if it was paid in full, the commissions would be different. Who knows?
Yeah.
But what does Xerxes represent to you guys? Like, if we get Xerxes, what kind of statement is that?
For me, it's a statement of getting a player who's successful. But while I really like Xerxes, and he's a joy to watch because he's like a 193 guy who accarezza la palla would be in Italian, knows how to touch the ball. But is he the striker who's going to score you 25 goals, 20 goals a season? I'm not quite sure. This is the only problem I have with Xerxes.
I mean, I also share that concern with in terms of his goal scoring ratio. However, I do see, and I mean, I watched the game against Bologna both times we played, and he is a talented and very troublesome player to mark. So I do see the potential, and I think that he can improve those numbers. Could improve in a team like Milan. Um, so to answer your question, Roy, to me, Xerxes signing sends a clear statement of intent to progress towards bringing Milan back to where they should be. I think may not be the most proven player yet in some people's view, but I think it sends a message that we are here to take Milan to the promised land as they keep on. It would basically just compound what they've been saying about bringing Milan
Yeah,
back to success. So for me, this is very important. From
I
not just
agree with that.
do you agree?
Yeah, I agree with
Well,
that because
I do, but not to the level of an Osimhen. I think Osimhen is a different kind of statement.
for
I
sure.
think I think this is maybe the category below Osimhen.
Yeah,
I think
I
the
agree.
Osimhen, that is like you basically saying you have the money. Come and tell me what your price
No,
is. Like,
I agree that it's a statement. I've been saying this. I've been saying that, these are the kind of signings that you want to do. You want to get the best players of Serie A. These are statement signings. These are points that you score already in June and July, and they're going to be heavy during the seasons. So I agree with that. I do agree with that. But I was just saying Osimhen maybe would even show even more. That's all I was saying.
I agree.
Oh yeah, that's I believe that's a fact. Osimhen would show it even more, but I also feel like Osimhen would have been much more difficult thing to do, right? Not just because of the money, but also
Oh, yeah,
because
of
of the
course.
fact that Napoli will not be so keen on giving the best striker to a competitor,
Hey,
especially
Roy,
after getting Conte.
sorry, Roy. I just remembered a question you asked Antonio earlier in the stream, and I wanted to answer it because I know you were saying that maybe Xerxes may not come. You were 99% sure that Xerxes wasn't going to come, and you asked who would be an okay alternative for you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw Grassi's hat back in the ring.
Who?
Grassi, the
Oh,
Stuttgart.
Girassi. Okay.
That's who I would bring.
I just don't know enough about him to have a really strong opinion about
How
it.
many
so-
goals did he score by the end? Because he scored a shit ton of goals this season.
Yeah, he scored 30 goals this season for Stuttgart.
How many?
3-0.
30. Holy shit.
Yeah. And I mean, I know numbers aren't a lot to go by, but out of all the players all the strikers that we've been analyzing so far that have been linked to Milan, when you look at the numbers, like over the years, Grassi has been putting up 14 plus goals a season for 4 seasons now. So
Was he the top scorer in Bundesliga?
I think no, he was just under Kane. Kane is the top scorer.
Kane scored more. Huh?
Yeah. But I hope that we get Zixi. I do think that Zixi signing is a symbol, not just a addition to the team, but a symbol that would represent all the talk that they're putting out.
Yeah, it'll definitely start the campaign in a good way. But the other thing I want to argue is look at what Juventus wants to do, and they're doing a bunch of those kind of operations. Not just Zirkzee, they're doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, of those kind of operations.
But
so how do we deal with that?
They need to. I don't really think that this Milan team is that weak in terms of the players that we have. I definitely think we need to add some more quality, but I don't think that we're like as bad as Juventus is right now. They need to like bring in some quality players to play the kind of football that they want to play. I don't know. What do you all think? Do you all think that Milan's like super weak?
I think against Inter, Milan is weaker for sure. If Juventus does what they want to do,
what moves is Inter making though in the Mercato?
I think, but Roy, I think it's against Inter. It's more management,
no, but it's also players. It's also players.
I think
it's also
by far, it's also players.
Yeah.
By far, it's also players. And I think that if Juventus does what they want to do, if they are even able to do 75, 80% of what they want to do, they will have a better roster than us, visibly, for sure. So, it depends. Like, all I've seen so far is Xerxes. That's it. That's the only name. What else are we doing, you know? The other names that Inter wants to get is Juve is Di Gregorio, Thiago Motta, Calafiori, Coop Miners, Douglas Luiz.
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno, buonanotte, buonasera.
No. Buongiorno for real.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, and Fagioli is coming back. Fagioli is coming back at a high level. They already got Douglas Luiz. Are they going to get Coop Miners in there too? That's a tough roster. That's a roster that knows the Serie A. Those are some of the best players in Serie A. So we are competing against difficult things. Like, Xerxes is a good start, but what else are we going to do? You know. And I agree that maybe we already have Leao, Hernandez, Magnan. These are 3 established players. I don't know if you want to put Pulisic in there. We'll see next year. But is Xerxes really enough to compete against that if they can achieve that? I don't think so.
No, I think after getting Xerxes, we should definitely focus on a good defensive midfielder, like somebody of top quality.
And also maybe a defender. Like some guy like Buongiorno, for example, would be a really good defender, and also part of the Italian quota, which we also would be nice to have at some point. Some Italian players.
Wow, Red Jar! I never thought I'd hear that from Red Jar.
No,
what happened, Red Jar? Are you okay?
It's just me projecting for tomorrow. That's the only
Okay,
reason.
I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. Giving grace to the universe.
just in case. if we don't lose, I'm gonna be here talking shit about the Italians.
Okay. I see how it is. That's good.
Actually, as much as I would like Buongiorno to come to Milan, and I hope that we do bring him. I also kind of see where we probably don't need a center back. We have Tomori, we have Kalulu, we have Tiao. You know, with those 3 there, I mean, anybody
Do we
else
have
coming in,
Kalulu though?
somebody's
Does
gonna
Kalulu still
lose
exist?
out.
Does Kalulu still exist? He was injured all season last season.
Well, but my point is, for next season he's gonna be back, right? So, I mean,
but he's also gonna be a question mark, right? At least in my point of view, and also, I don't know, man. Chow, I can give him time, whatever, but he is also not super convincing. I don't know. I feel like
you're
maybe
not convinced by Kalulu?
No, I'm not.
You know, you have to picture these players in Fonseca's tactical system.
Yeah, but I truly don't know what kind of shitty tactics Fonseca plays. I saw some numbers, just because now I guess there's nothing we can do about it. He's going to be the coach. So I saw some numbers, and the numbers were like he was the 2nd best attack in League One, and the best defense, I think. So I don't know. Second best defense.
2nd or 3rd best defense.
Yeah.
He plays a high line kind of football. He plays like a tiki-taka. It's a modern tiki-taka, like Pioli did. But the only difference with Pioli is that Pioli had a little bit more balance in his formation, while Fonseca is more all out. Both wings, same attack, just very offensive, very propelled towards forward.
Like German style kind of play, or what?
I guess. Portuguese, German, call it what you want, but it's forward thinking football. High lines.
It's a
one
mixture
striker.
between tiki taka and positional play. Like, he plays in a 4. I think Zlatan even hinted at what systems he was playing. He might play with Milan, which would be like the 4-2-3-1 system, even or 4-3-3. You know, that is kind of like where he likes to play. But he actually plays with, when he's attacking, it's the fullbacks, the wingers, and then like a striker and another attacking player comes in into the attacking third. So he's very attacking. And yeah, based on the players that he would want, that's why, Roy, I think I don't think we necessarily need a center back. We more need a right back.
No, but
Like
if that's the case, we definitely need the right back. But we also very much now, more than ever, need a defensive midfielder.
Yes, exactly.
If he plays with both fullbacks up high, then you need an actual defensive midfielder.
This is my prediction, guys. And listen, again, you can hold it against me if I'm wrong. Whatever, it's fine. I'm used to it now. But my prediction is that he's going to start with this formation, and he's going to have some really good games. He's going to destroy some teams 5-0, some of the smaller teams. But then he's going to slowly start conceding, and then we're going to play against one of the tough teams, maybe a Inter, Juve, or an informed Roma or an informed Napoli. He's going to get killed, and then we're going to go to a 3-4-3. And then with the 3-4-3, he's going to still keep on getting scored on, and then he's going to get fired by November. And in December, we're looking for a new coach. That is my prediction right now.
Have some faith, Roy. Please. That's a shitty season for Milan.
I've heard negativity, but this was holy shit. But this was dark.
I've seen this happen so many times that
this was personal, Roy.
No. Listen, I've seen it happen so many times.
And then Casamila will burn. Like, what more, Roy? What more do you have?
Yeah.
Milanello will be set on fire. Like, holy shit.
Yeah, I think if in December he is like in 8th or 9th or 10th spot, he will be fired.
But I see this 3-5-2 thing a lot. We don't have a team to play 3-5-2. How are you going to play 3-5-2?
No, he doesn't play
3-4-3, as Roy said. I think
he plays 3-4-3.
Yeah, I think he would. I think he would revert to the 3-4-3 against a team like Juventus, against the bigger teams. But
he plays 3-4-3.
He can't play. Yeah, he can't play the 3-4-3. But I mean, we don't know. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, he may change up.
What is his usual formation? Isn't it
4-2-3-1?
Yeah,
4-2-3-1. Yeah.
But then, why are you guys talking about the three at the back formation?
Because
Go ahead, Roy. You tell him.
Okay, so when he played at Roma, he played with a 4-2-3-1, but then he started losing games. He conceded a lot of goals with Roma, so he reverted to a 3-4-3 because in Italy it was better defensively, and that's why he also plays with a 3-4-3. This was in his masterclass. This is how he described it.
But Roy, if you remember, if you go back and look at that. As you say, the last quarter of the season when he switched to the 3-4-3, Roma
won 7 games
unbeaten. They went 8 games unbeaten.
Yeah, 8 games unbeaten.
They won 7 and drew 1, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct. Yeah, they had a really good run, and but then the next season he got scored 58 goals, and he got fired in a weird spot. I would say around April, I think.
I mean,
how many? But to be fair, that Roma team wasn't that good. Even though I don't like Fonseca.
I've seen the roster. I don't know if I consider that a bad roster. I mean, have you seen the roster?
The thing is, not really. But I remember that Roma started spending a little bit of money when Mourinho came. So after Fonseca.
I mean, the roster had Spinazzola, had Mancini, had Smalling, had the usual guys, had who do they have? They have Abraham, I think.
No, Abraham came with Mourinho.
They had Zeko.
Yeah.
They had a good team. It wasn't a top 4 team, but they had a good team.
What place did they finish?
5th the first season, and then I think the second season Mourinho finished 6th. I don't know where he was when he got fired.
Okay. I just remember that with Fonseca, we used to win against Roma every time. But to be fair, also with Mourinho.
True.
Also with Mourinho.
Yeah.
I don't think we ever lost a game with Mourinho. Then De Rossi comes, and all of a sudden they shit on us. Like, what?
And De Rossi, De Rossi, I don't know about De Rossi, but I don't know. So do you guys don't see? So what I described, you guys don't see that being a possibility, or do you?
I see that being a possibility, but from the fact, but we are kind of basing our idea of him, and I say this as someone who doesn't like Fonseca, that we are basing the idea of Fonseca based on what he did at Roma, right? I would prefer to think that he is playing a little bit more defensively now, hopefully, because you cannot play like that in Serie A and pretend to win every game.
Yeah,
if you play full on attack Serie A, you're fucked. Like, you're gonna score goals, right? But you're not gonna win the title.
Right. I'm my reasoning for that is because I think they're going to be super arrogant and really believe that they can do that. And that's why I think they're going to do that. I think they're going to go full on arrogance. Yeah, we're going to build the best team in the world. This is the greatest team that has ever existed. And it's just young players, inexperienced. They're going to get their ass kicked. Got a lot of reality checks.
I mean,
But I really want to be wrong, man. Listen,
I don't see
if,
it like I don't
please,
actually see
I
it
want
like
to be
that,
wrong.
Roy. How I could see it happening is that, but I definitely, and I'm just gonna say this. It might sound however it is, but I definitely think that Fonseca is a better coach than Pioli in terms of in-game management and the ability to switch up formation and tactics when things aren't going the way he needs to. I mean, Pioli tried it and then he reverted back to what he knew because it wasn't working. He doesn't. So I don't see it as bleak with Fonseca. I mean, he's not my first choice, but he is our new coach. And I would like to think that he can build on what he was trying to do at Lille in terms of playing that very attacking, but without conceding as many goals, ball oriented, and keeping ball retention. So I mean, I'm hoping that this is me projecting that we keep all our strong players, and we build with maybe 3 or 4 good players to add on to what we have, Xerxes included. I feel like we could maybe do something a little bit more progressive.
Yeah, listen, if a team is convincing, then at that point, you just have to submit to that. There's no doubt about it. So we got to see what the team looks like in August. That is a big things. A lot of things can change. A lot of things can change drastically depending on that.
Yeah.
Because if you have a super strong team, you can fucking put a dog there coaching on the bench. The players will get the job done.
I don't agree with that, but yes. I think the coach is the most important. Well, one of the most important.
No, I think the coach is very important. It's extremely important. But obviously, it's just easier. The better players you have, the easier it is. It's just so. Yeah, but if he doesn't get that kind of crop of players, I think he's going to be 10th or 8th by December and be fired by January because they're going to go in total panic. But I'm very happy for people to remind me if I'm wrong about that.
Well, yeah.
And again, if they don't do the proper market. Well, isn't that what happened with Napoli? Shit, we literally just saw it with Napoli. They finished 10th. Didn't they finish 10th?
Yeah.
They won this season, then they finished 10th.
But Napoli didn't spend a lot in the last season transfer window.
They sold Kim and they replaced him with Coco Jumbo. And other than that, and also they removed Spalletti. Like, it's a little bit of a different scenario, right? Because Napoli finished on a high, and then you remove the mastermind behind the victory. Whereas here, you finish second, but you finished in low at Milan. Like, no one was happy. I don't know of any Milan fan, who was happy this season.
That's a good question, though, that Ace had. Red John, what do you think about the comparison of Pioli and Fonseca?
I've made that part known last live I was here, in the sense that you are getting rid. First of all, let's give some chronological sense to this, in the sense that Pioli needed to go. We could not have gone with Pioli anymore because he had his periods, and after this, it's only a downward trajectory, right? But the way I see football and the way I want football for my team would be you finish with Pioli, who's let's just say transitional coach, to transition you from a period in which you were absolutely trash to a period where you are better, but you are not at the top, like Ibra is saying. And now you have to make the step forward and get a coach who has won stuff. What we did here, we got rid of a coach who has won something for the first time with us to get now another coach who hopefully is going to win the first title with us.
Yeah, but Red John, I
What's
mean,
the point here?
to say purely, you're basically saying purely won something. I don't think purely won anything. I mean, I think he stumbled on the
Well, I don't agree with
But
that.
I don't agree with it. No,
I don't think because no. I mean,
that's
come on,
unfair. That's unfair, Ace. That's
Yeah,
just unfair. You can't just take that away from him.
No, I don't. No, but I don't think so. I think you'll forget. You'll forget.
I mean,
that year.
then you have to make the same argument on Fonseca with his titles in Ukraine, right? He stumbled on a team that was as strong as Bayern in relatively,
yeah,
and
but
he just.
I don't count the titles you win with Shakhtar in Ukraine, man. Are you kidding me? Even I can win a title with Shakhtar in Ukraine. Are you kidding?
You think so? You can win it.
Oh,
That's a good job. You'd be like a multi.
I can win, and if the owner, mafia boss of Shakhtar is hearing this live, give me a try, give me a call. I'm gonna win.
You all forget, guys. You all forget that Pioli was on the brink of getting sacked, and if it wasn't for Maldini and Mascara, bringing
Mascara,
bringing Zlatan and Kerr into the team, and really guiding it.
Yes.
Come on, Pioli wouldn't be
Yes,
here today.
but there's a huge but here. Pioli got a team that was 16th when he came here, and the games that he had to play after getting the team was Roma, Atalanta, Inter. Like, like Pioli was a little bit unfortunate as well. But we already started to play better under Pioli.
That's a good point, actually. I've never heard that point before. Like the teams that Pioli coached before Milan are definitely much higher profile than the teams that Fonseca has coached.
Maybe you misunderstood me. That's not what I said. I said that Pioli, when he came to Milan, he came directly after Gianpaolo, and Gianpaolo was like 15th or 16th.
No. I understood that part too. Mm-hmm. But you also made this other. Didn't you also make this other sermon that he coached Inter?
No, I said the matches to which. I'm sorry, man. I forgot your name. And I only see the Ace. All right. The point that Ace was making was that Pioli was about to get sacked when he came to Milan. And I was saying that Pioli got Milan after Gianpaolo in the 16th place, and Gianpaolo had lost the majority of the points against Udinese, Genoa, Lecce, these kind of teams. Then Pioli came in, and Pioli had to play against Roma. We lost 2-0 against Atalanta. We lost 5-0 against Inter. We lost 1-0. So Pioli was a bit unlucky there.
Listen, I'm sorry, but I followed Pioli very closely in his whole work from when we had to get the Europa League and onwards, and the way he managed the group and the way he organized the team. I thought he did a brilliant job. I give Pioli a lot of credit, actually. I know that the cycle was over and it's time for a change. I totally agree with that. I think Pioli did a brilliant job in these 5 years at Milan. I give him a lot of credit.
Yeah.
So course. I'm not going. I think that those 5 years at Milan is more than what Fonseca has done. I think that is an interesting argument there.
Yeah, but then you have another school of thought, which is every coach that has done really good at Milan was not a top coach before they came to Milan. They became really good in Milan. So, this is try by error.
So you're saying you're satisfied with what Pioli gave us over the 5 years, one title.
How can I not be? How can I not be?
I mean, I'm not saying I don't want to sound ungrateful. I am happy that we won that title.
But wait, no. That's not what Pioli gave us. Pioli, Maldini, Mascara.
Into context, where we came from and where we are right now.
Our objectives. our objectives were to get back into Europe, and we had to do that step by step. And his first objective was to finish in the top six, right? Sixth or fifth, Europa League. Then we had that, the game against Rio Ave, that legendary penalty shootout,
Yeah.
and
I
that,
still have nightmares about it.
Yeah, but
right?
Roy,
Yeah. Go ahead.
I have to disagree with you because for me, I feel like I followed Milan during that tenure, very very rigorously. But I do feel that purely there's a conjunction between the change in team performance and when Zlatan and Kea came into the
Okay.
team. There's
Okay,
also,
but this is sorry, Ace,
Go ahead.
not to
Yeah.
interrupt you, but these are things that, okay, they would help any coach, right? If you bring in a guy like Zlatan, who's one of the best strikers in the world, that would help any coach, not
Okay,
just
but I mean,
Pioli.
if I could finish my point, what I was going to say was that it was what I was going to say is that there's a conjunction between the experienced players coming in and the escalation in performance from the Leao and the Theo, for instance. So for me, I don't see. What I'm trying to say is I don't see that Puri necessarily improved any of our players in terms of their
I
game.
disagree. I entirely
That's
disagree.
that's impossible. The numbers say they improved. The numbers say they improved.
I
I mean,
think
but
The value of the
I think
players.
I think
it is
it's
very
more of
important
a-
to have Zlatan in the team, but I don't also I'm not crazy
Exactly. I
to
think
think
it's
that
more of like
Zlatan.
he's galvanized the team.
Sure,
He
but
brought
That's
the
too
team.
much
The
on
boy is a
Zlatan.
father.
But listen,
somewhat.
Exactly.
listen,
That's too much.
listen. But you, as a coach, you also have to manage that. Your job is also to manage that. If you have a Zlatan guy, you need to know how to manage him properly. There's that aspect. I think he did a good job with that. But Zlatan is a great player. He's going to galvanize the team. He's going to galvanize the football. He's going to galvanize the fans. Zlatan is those upper echelon kind of players. But the mentality Pioli gave the team at the time for where we were financially, for what the objective was, we every year we achieved our objective. Europa League, Champions League, then we win the Scudetto, Champions League. So I think
Every year, but the four last year, which we technically reached the objective, but we didn't really on the pitch.
and to put a little bit of balance to that year we got really deep into the Champions League. For the first time we see AC Milan deep in the Champions League. So this body of work deserves merit, I think, and respect, in my opinion. And I think it's more than what Fonseca has done. I think it's more than what Fonseca has done.
So,
I think.
Does that necessarily mean that he's a better coach than Fonseca? I don't.
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe
I don't
Fonseca
think
would have
so.
done better. I don't know.
I don't think so. Okay, for me, let's just look at things from a outsider's perspective. Pioli's been out of the job for what, 3 weeks, 2 weeks now. How come where are the rumors of him getting signed to a big club in England or wherever? But I'm just saying. My point is that I feel like I don't want to sound ungrateful. I appreciate what he's done, but I never really enjoyed his philosophy and the direction, and I never felt like he gave Milan that mentality you speak of. I don't think that he was that person that gave that mentality to Milan. I think it was something that they inherited from Zlatan.
No, that mentality came
And
from the
Maldini,
serious.
I would say Maldini gave the
The
players
mentality came from the seriousness of the people that were running the club. The Maldini, the Massara, Gazidis. That's where the mentality came from.
But so then, Roy,
That hold
Maldini
on. That mentality is what brought Zlatan into the team to galvanize the environment. Pioli's job as a coach is to manage that, to manage what the directors give him. And again, I disagree with you. I think he did a really good job.
So then, why did Maldini want to get rid of him?
Well, because that year Maldini might have.
After the semifinals in Champions League.
I mean, maybe he wasn't satisfied, but I'm not saying that. I'm saying that his work, the body of work, is quantifiable. It's quantifiable. It's not a matter of opinion. His objectives, whether or not you want to give a credit to him or not, the objectives were met. Regardless, he was part of a team. The minimum you can say he was part of a team. So the objectives were met. That to me is like positive, positive, positive. That's a good body of work, and it led to a scudetto, which was incredible. It's not easy to, like you have to make the players believe. Zlatan was not available when we won the last 10 games of the season. The team wasn't conceding goals. The mentality was there. Maldini, Pioli,
but he was on the
but his
bus. He
cycle
was
is
in the
over.
changing room. I mean, he was there at halftime.
I don't know. That's a little
I
bit unfair.
understand what you're saying, but I do think that
Ace
you're
does have a
blinded
good
by
point, right?
your
Wh-
fear of Fonseca and seeing how good it was when we had Pioli. But to me, it wasn't that good.
Well, hold on.
glad
I'm
that
not saying how good it was. I'm not arguing that. I'm saying he did a good job. And if you ask my opinion based on these facts, I think Pioli is the better coach. But I'm not saying maybe Fonseca can do the same. We'll see. I'm not saying that.
Yeah, but Ace had a good point when he said that he's been out of a job for 3 weeks. What teams are being interested? I think there is, in a way, in another, a teller about the general opinion on Pioli, but doesn't really tell you how successful or not successful he was for us. I think he was successful for us because that's Scudetto. I've said this and I repeat it. We had no business winning in the sense that the team was not built for us to win the Scudetto. We won it, and good on us, and good job for us, right? But you cannot tell me that everything was Ibra, and Ibra did everything perfectly, and somehow Pioli just got lucky.
Yeah, Ibra wasn't there for a lot of the games, but Ibra did definitely have a big influence in the locker room for
Yeah, for sure.
Because
There's
these
a
are all
reason-
young players. They're all
There's a
young players.
reason why Pioli got the tattoo of the shield with the 90 on it. Not only because it was a historic moment, but because he knew that was the only trophy he was going to win.
Okay, all right.
Ace, but you fucking hate Pioli, man. Why didn't you tell
This
us?
is like a vitriol. This is vitriol.
Yeah. You forgot to
I'm
mention.
sorry. But yeah,
That's funny.
let's just keep tracking to see. No, I'm just saying this because,
I think Pioli's probably going to get a good
talk
job.
like that because people feel that
Which job?
Fonseca is this. I'm not saying that he's going to be the best thing ever, but I do think that we upgraded in that department, and if anybody doubts that, let's just wait and see where Pioli gets picked up next. At what club. So
my prediction is that it's going to probably be a good club. Yeah. I don't know how big. I don't know if it's like big, but like a good club, not a.
Yeah, like a Genoa or something like that.
Yeah, probably not Genoa, but I don't know. We'll see. I think actually he did a really good job. I think a lot of people in the football world probably think he did a good job.
I agree.
You have vitriol against him.
Maybe Roy, but at the end of the day, unless he said he was, I can't remember him saying he was taking a hiatus from football coaching.
No, okay, but listen. Like as far as coaches go, who knows? Who's talking with who? I don't know. Just because we haven't heard anything in these 3 weeks. Maybe it can take 3 months. Maybe it can take the whole year. Maybe next year he gets a job. With coaching is different. It's not like a player.
Yeah.
There's different stipulations. But I don't know. Listen, I'm not saying he's the best coach ever either, guys. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that I think with Milan he did a good job. I think that all the coaches before, except for Gattuso, did not do a good job. I think Montella didn't do a good job. I don't think Mihajlovic did a good job. I don't think any of those coaches, Inzaghi, Brocchi, Seedorf, any of those guys did a good job. I don't think Giampaolo did a good job. I think the only ones that did a good job are Gattuso and then Pioli so far.
Come to think of it, Gattuso doing a good job did as good as Pioli's worst season, finishing 5th.
Yeah, he missed out on the Champions League on a fucking freak accident.
Yeah, but he did also. I would say Gattuso did a better
goalkeeper
job
goal, man. Fuck you know.
because he had a weaker team. And
And he had a weaker team.
Pioli had a talented team. A more talented team than we've had in a long time. So
yeah, for sure.
So that's what gives me optimism about Fonseca. It's not just that I don't like Pioli, but also I do feel like, you know, giving him based on his style of play and the stats that say that, you know, he conceded the third least amount of goals in the French league. You know, I do feel like there is some optimism regarding him and the squad that we have, and if we get the right types of profiles going forward. So I want to be a little bit more optimistic than Roy painted that picture, that very bleak picture.
I don't think it's a bleak picture. It's just like, I mean, it is what it is. But I know, listen, I think that in my opinion, you are right. There are definitely options, possibilities that he can do well. My question is this, like, pragmatically speaking, like, do you guys think that this market, let's just keep it with Inter, okay? Because Juventus hasn't done anything yet. But do you think we can surpass Inter with this upcoming market?
We don't know what the market is going to develop to be. But is there an improvement from next season if what we are going to get is Zirkzee and hopefully not Emerson Royal and this kind of players, but some I don't even know, like the players we are getting, I don't know them. This is the problem that I have with the kind of mercato that we are doing. Other than Zirkzee, I honestly don't know who these people are.
Yeah,
so it's hard to answer the question.
I would, if I could answer the question, I would say it's probably no. The answer is no. Not one season, not one window. We're gonna need at least like two windows. Like when I mean two windows, two seasons to catch Inter in terms of player for player. But I do feel like with the right signings, we move in the right direction, which is closer towards competing with Inter. With Zirkzee.
How much work do you think needs to be done to get close to Inter, or like your opinion? Where do you see us? Where do you see Inter, like in a scale or something like that?
Okay, so I would say we are probably like four or five quality work like starters away from Inter matching Inter player for player on the field right now. So you know, so yeah, I would say we're missing about 5 quality starters for me.
5?
Yeah, I would say
what are
5.
You talking about? What? 5 is half the team, bro. What are you talking about?
I know. But in terms of, I'm going off of like, I was just thinking in my head really quickly, like how many players from Milan would start on Inter's team versus vice versa, you know? And I could only think of maybe 3 Milan players that would start on Inter's team right now.
Who are these players?
Mike Magnon will start in goal. Theo Hernandez will start on the left, and Rafael Leao will be up top next to Lautaro.
Yeah, and I'm not so convinced about that, in the sense that it's different formation, so it's hard to compare the things. Also, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't change DiMarco for Theo, because DiMarco is just better for that system. So we are kind of going blindly here. I don't think the difference is that hard, but I think that Pioli got super figured out, in the sense that you cannot lose, even if you play against a much weaker team than yourself. 5 games in a row, you win one.
Okay,
7
but
games in a row.
I guess I was talking like just player for player. Like if you, I'm not talking about like fitting. DeMarco fits into that 3-5-2 formation or whatever. I'm not speaking to that so much. And I still think that Theo is better.
Why?
Than DeMarco.
Why? Why do you think that?
Because he gives you that option.
Yeah, but
carrying the ball forward. That
so does DeMarco. And DeMarco has scored more goals and had more assists. Okay, like I can agree with you that the player might be better, but for Inter, that player is just perfect. So how do you?
But he wouldn't. Okay, let's do it vice versa then. Let's bring Inter's team over to Milan. DeMarco's not starting.
I want to have a quick opinion on this, because I also listen. This is the way I see it, because I think the difference is really big. I think it's really big. the fact that Di Marco and Theo is actually a pretty close contention. That's why it's a big. The fact that Thuram and Leao is a close contention.
No, but
That's
Thuram and
why.
Leao are not a close contention.
Well, I mean, I would take Thuram's performance this year than Leao's performance last year. Like,
I mean, sure, but I would take Pulisic's performance this year than, I don't know, Thuram's performance.
No, I disagree.
What?
Thuram scored in big games, and he was crucial in big games. Pulisic scored in games. He stat padded a lot in games that didn't mean much.
No,
they all mean something.
Also,
but
Okay,
Thuram,
guys, I guess the question is how many Inter players will start
But
on
this is-
Milan's team?
This is how Lautaro scores his goals, man. Scoring 5 against Salernitana. It's not like he's scoring against Juventus.
but Lautaro also scores a lot of goals against the big teams. Look, Pulisic had a great season, no doubt about it. But if you want to compare, that's my contention: is that Pulisic didn't show up in the big games, while these guys, Thuram, at least in Serie A, and Lautaro, they did show up in the big games. In
The
Serie A.
vast majority of goals that Lautaro scores is against.
Because the vast majority of
Smaller
teams
league.
are there, but the
Yeah,
big
but-
games, who won the big games? Pulisic or Lautaro? Who scored against Inter? Pulisic or Lautaro?
But who scored against Juventus? Pulisic or Lautaro? I think Pulisic, not Lautaro. So it's like you cannot really find the answer. Like
I don't
this.
know. I think Lautaro is a better player than Pulisic for sure.
Okay,
That's
but
what I
look,
believe.
Okay, guys,
But-
let's just try it this way. Try it.
I'm
Take
just
the
saying that the
average-
margins aren't like huge. They're not huge with our best players. So for me, the distance is massive. The distance is massive for me.
So you think so? How many? So I said 5. How many players do you think we are away from Inter Milan? Then?
Let's go
No.
player by player. But if you want to do this, we've done this 30 times. In goal, I would keep
Magnan.
for sure.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Easy.
in
That's the easy
defense-
one. That's the only easy one.
Yeah, in the defense, I would keep Tomori.
Over
And
who?
not
I would put
over
Tomori. I would put
Acerbi.
Tomori there.
Over
I know
Bas-
Acerbi. Over Bastoni. Bastoni, I would compare more with Calabria than because he plays the role
Bastoni
of.
No, I would
Bastoni
say
is a
Bastoni
center
and Tomori.
You have
No,
to,
but
it's
he-
Bastoni and Tomori.
He is a center back, but he's a center back that goes far. He plays the role of some kind of I don't know how do you even call it center back that
I don't know. I think you have to
Let's play
compare
as
the
well.
best center back with best center back. I mean,
Yeah.
I understand one is a defense 3, one of a defensive 2,
yeah.
but Calabria is like a fullback. Bastoni is
Yeah.
not a fullback; he's a center back that
Yeah.
plays on the left, which is where Tomori plays.
Yeah, but then how do you want to compare them? We have 2 defenders; they have 3.
No,
What
you're
formation do you
picking,
want?
you're picking. So you're picking a starting 11, a mix between
Yeah.
Milan and Inter Milan. So we have
Yeah.
Mike Mignon,
And
Tomori, and Bastoni.
Let's do 4-2-3-1. Let's do 4-2-3-1.
Yeah,
Okay.
in my starting 11, I would have Theo, I would have Magnan, I would have Tomori. Tomori before the injury, because after the injury, he was kind of shit. But yeah,
No, that's crazy. You put Tomori over Bastoni. That's like that doesn't
Yeah,
make
but-
sense.
yeah,
That doesn't make sense.
Tomori's was really good for us. Like really good in the sense that in a team that was not even trying to defend, Tomori was really good.
All right. Well,
No,
I
put them
definitely
together.
can.
I put Bastoni and Tomori next to each other.
I don't think you can do that because then who are you comparing the other guy to? Like you have to compare best to best. It's Di Marco or Theo Hernandez. It's not
Yeah,
Carlos
yeah.
Augusto Theo Hernandez. It's Di Marco or Theo.
Yeah, but
But now it has to be
who is-
Bastoni or
who is-
Tomori. Then
who are the two-
it's
who are
then
the
it's,
two best center backs of Inter?
Acerbi, Ciao,
And Bastoni.
and then it is Darmian, maybe Kalulu, and then
Darmian Kalulu. What?
because Darmian plays right center back, and also he can also.
Kalulu doesn't even start for Milan. How do I want to compare it?
Well, I mean, if you want to go with 3, but if you want to go with 2, then it has to be Bastoni against Tomori for sure, and then the other one has to be either Acerbi versus Gabbia or Acerbi versus Ciao.
And what about Tomori, or he doesn't exist?
Yeah,
So-
Bastoni versus Tomori.
But why can't we,
Yeah.
Roy? Why can't it be
I take
Bastoni
Tomori.
and
I take
Tomori playing
Tomori.
next to
Because
each
then
other?
you're giving yourself an advantage. Then okay, then
No,
it's
no.
easy like that.
Bastoni against Tomori, I get Tomori.
I thought we were picking.
Okay,
the
okay,
best
that's fine.
level.
That's fine. If you pick Tomori over Bastoni, that's fine. But you can't make it easy for yourself. You have to.
No.
Okay,
If,
fine.
if you want to have Bastoni and Tomori, or you want to have Tomori and Acerbi, it makes no difference for you.
Yeah, it makes a lot of difference for me. But okay,
Uh,
so you go with Magnan, Teo, Tomori, and who else in the defense? Who's your other defender?
And Dumfries. I take him.
Oh,
over
Dumfries is
Calabria.
a right back. Would be a right back, not a
I
center
take
back.
him. Yeah, I take him over.
Who's the other center
over
back?
Calabria.
But who's the other center back?
Of Milan?
No, we're doing a 4-2-3-1. Who's the other center back?
No, we already made the two center backs, bro. The one
Who?
center back is
Don't say Tomori and the other one is Bastoni. Please don't say that.
the one is Tomori, the other one is Acerbi. We said it already.
Okay. All right. Okay. Then
So now-
Dumfries. Okay.
Yes. Then Dumfries. Then after
right.
that, I would have to
Your
compare
double pivot.
my double pivot. I have to kind of get Barella here, right? And who are we comparing Barella to?
Barella has to go with either Reinders or Benacer, one of those two. Probably
Yeah,
Benacer.
Barella
Benacer.
wins it anyway. Yeah, Barella wins it. Then what are we comparing Reinders to?
Çalhanoğlu.
I will take Çalhanoğlu. There's nothing you can do about it.
Okay.
Yeah,
And then
he's-
Mkhitaryan, Loftus-Cheek.
Yeah, Loftus-Cheek.
Okay.
Then we go to the wingers, I guess.
The wingers here would have to be Thuram. Well, you'd have Thuram also plays in a 4-2-3-1 in different positions, so you'd have to do that because there's nobody else. There's
Who
Thuram,
am I comparing
Lautaro.
Thuram to?
Thuram has to be the center forward.
Center forward. Thuram or Giroud, you mean? Or Thuram or Zirkzee?
Thuram or Giroud or something like that, or Zirkzee. Yeah, Thuram or Zirkzee. I mean, no, we don't have Zirkzee. We don't have Zirkzee. So Thuram or
Giroud.
Jovetic or Giroud. Yeah.
Yeah, Giroud. I would take Giroud.
All right. So then Lautaro, Leao.
I would take Leao. Well, this is really hard because don't compare me now Lautaro to Leao because they are both really
Those
good
are the two best
players.
players of the teams.
Yeah.
So it has to be either
but-
Lautaro or Leao.
Yeah, from my point of view, it's Lautaro the one I get. The Leao the one I get.
Okay. And then that's it. That's information. So that's
But
right.
who did we compare Pulisic to?
Did we do? Who would you compare Pulisic to? I don't know. I don't know how that will work because they
Technically,
play at
with
3-5-2.
two strikers. Yeah.
So you'd have to compare him to one of the fullbacks, so DiMarco, or to the other guy on the other side, or to Dumfries.
I would take Pulisic, but we compared already Dumfries with Calabria, so
Yeah, it's a little bit strange.
yeah,
this
it's
way.
a little bit strange. The formations are just hard to compare player by player. But
Well, if we were to
I-
play a 4-2-3-1, then the other options you have there for Inter are what? Who do they have?
if you were to play a 4-2-3-1, the other
Okay,
option. So
they could-
if Inter was to play a 4-2-3-1 with the starters that they have, I would see Thuram on the right, Lautaro in the middle, and in the left would be, I don't know, DiMarco, I'm guessing, but because they don't have a pure.
Maybe Mkhitaryan, Çalhanoğlu cam, Barella pivot, Aslani. I don't know. It's hard to compare that way.
Yeah.
Okay, what about you? Okay, but that's mostly Milan. You're pretty much that's all Milan. So
No,
you are pretty set. Like
No, it's
in your
it's
opinion,
more-
we're already good. We don't
no,
need
it's
to
it's,
make
it's
any-
more 50-50, but I do believe that with what we got in the summer, we reduced the difference with Inter. The problem is that we just stopped defending now for some reason. Now, whether that was because Pioli changed the tactics, like I think he did, or maybe it was because we got rid of Tonali, and let's just call him a defensive midfielder, even though I don't think he's a defensive midfielder. And we lost a little bit on equilibrium there, and that's the reason why we conceded so many goals. But another fact is the fact that you cannot play 6 times in a row against Inter with the same exact way of interpreting the game and expect different results. It's literally the definition of insanity. We do the same thing, we expect different results, and we get beaten every time. So I do put it a little bit on Pioli, this one, that he was never able to actually read Inzaghi and understand, because other teams beat Inter, and Bologna beat Inter. It's not like Inter is Real Madrid.
Okay. All right. Well, so you feel pretty optimistic. Okay, that's good. Ace, what about you? Go ahead.
Okay, so are we playing? You playing the 4-2-3-1?
Yeah, we'll have to do that one.
Okay, so Mike in goal, Theo on the right, on the left. Sorry, Tomori. Now I wanted to pick between Pavard or Bastoni.
Oh, Pavard! I forgot about Pavard.
Yeah, we forgot about it.
Yeah. So
Jesus.
So you see how
the best defense there is Bastoni Pavard, guys. It's not even it's a no-brainer.
But my point is, like, I was just counting my team. I literally only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Milan players, but I have a bunch of other. I have more Inter players that I have
6
to pick
Inter
from.
players.
6.
No, but I'm not talking about this.
But guys, I'm sorry, and I don't mean to sound arrogant here, but regardless of what you guys say, Bastoni Pavard is superior to anything else.
But I'm just picking. Now I had other players, like I wrote down Mkhitaryan, I wrote down Thuram, I wrote down Dumfries. So they had a bunch of other players that I was just depending on the formation. But for me, it's Mike.
Pretending like Mkhitaryan is Godman. Like Mkhitaryan is an okay player, bro. Not like he's a wild player.
I mean, but if you're playing a 4-3, if you're playing a 4-2-3-1, you're gonna put who you're gonna put. How are you gonna start that? It's gonna be, well. Let me just go through mine really quickly, and so that I can get out of the way. Because I was a little bit excited about this. So Mike in goal, Theo, Tomori. I'm gonna put Pavard because Roy is saying that I have to pick between Tomori and Bastoni. So Pavard, Dumfries, that's my back line, and then it's Barella and Hakan, Mkhitaryan, Leao, and Pulisic with Lautaro on top. And that's
Mkhitaryan, Leao, and Pulisic.
Okay, I would do the same exact thing you did, except change Bastoni with Tomori and change Pulisic with Thuram.
Wait, change Bastoni with Tomori?
Wait, you said
No,
Leao. No, wait, hold on.
Roy, you said I can't. You said I had to pick. We had to pick between Tomori and Bastoni.
Yeah.
And he picked Bastoni, right?
Yeah,
No,
I would just switch Bastoni with Tomori. That's what I said. But who did you say up top again? Sorry, say the 3 up top.
Okay, so
Mkhitaryan, Leao, Pulisic, and Lautaro.
Yeah.
But Lautaro, we're comparing to Leao, though.
No.
Because of course, those are the 2 best players.
Lautaro plays center forward striker. Leao plays on the wing, left wing. I could put him on a left attacking midfielder, but I can't put him. Lautaro isn't going to play left.
So who are you comparing Leao to? Who are you comparing Leao to?
Leao was being. Let me check over the Inter list. Now I have to go back and find this.
You have to compare best to best.
It's comparing
when
to Aslani.
When they play different formations, right? It's tough.
You
Because
picked
they
him over
play with 3
Aslani.
midfielders. I mean, we play with 3 midfielders too, but so I don't know who am I comparing Leao to.
Yeah, you have to compare to Lautaro. It's either Lautaro or Leao. That's how. That's what tells you what is stronger. Is their best player stronger, or is our best player stronger? Who do you think?
Listen, but I would pick Leao ahead of Lautaro.
Okay, you pick Leao. Okay, there you go. So if you believe
But
he's
I,
stronger,
but,
then you
but
believe
the
he's stronger.
problem is that their stronger player and our strongest player play in different positions, so it's kind of hard to pick them. But
Well, because they play different formations, yeah. But as far as importance of player in the team offensively, our Lautaro is Leao. Their Leao is Lautaro, you know?
Yeah, but then the question is, how are you comparing them? Scoring goals, I would pick Lautaro.
Effectiveness. Are they better? Who's better at doing their job?
It's hard, man. This comparison like this makes no sense.
Yeah, if they played the exact same formation, it would be easier. But since now we don't,
But
we
I
have to
also
try to
I
compromise.
also think that Leao would probably score and get more assists if he had.
Okay,
you know,
so then
a
you pick
midfield-
Leao over Lautaro. That's fine.
A midfield like Inter's, right? Yeah, because the
So
midfield
now-
is by far Inter is by far has a better midfield. It's like Çalhanoğlu is by far the best midfielder in Italy. He turned into Super Saiyan when he went to Inter, and we kind of knew. We knew that Laird was just hating him for no reason. But and we told him back then that you are hating him just because you dislike him, but he is a good player.
Because he
And
betrayed
found
Milan.
well, no, but he hated him. If you remember, even before, please get this guy out. He cannot be
Yeah,
my
yeah,
number
I know.
10. Remember that?
Yeah, yeah.
Then we got Diaz, and somehow Diaz was the.
I love this. Right? Yeah. Hey, that's between you and Laird.
But I saw some giggles from you there, positive in my direction, I would say.
Yeah, it was. I agree. Like Çalhanoğlu was like, come on, Larry. Çalhanoğlu is good, man. But hey, okay. So listen, let's play this game. Is it Leao or Lautaro? So Rajon said Leao. I say. Ace, what do you say?
Oh, oh my God.
I think I'd be dishonest with myself if I didn't say Lautaro. I think I'd be dishonest with myself if I didn't say that.
I'm too biased to say anybody but Leao.
Okay, so then go with that. What about Thuram Giroud? Since they're also competing for the same spot in France.
Just have a look who's going to be the starter at France, and that settles the deal for you.
Is it Giroud?
I was not about to say I think
Giroud.
France is going to decide that first.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So listen. So you guys are in a position where you think that the distance between Milan and Inter is actually not very far.
There is a difference. There is a distance between the teams, but it's not huge.
It's a squad.
I think
more of a squad thing than a starting 11 thing, in my opinion. It's player for player. Generally, Inter have more quality than we do. We have a bare 11, if so much, and based on our little conversation game just now, it's still clear to see that Inter's 11 is still stronger than our 11.
Yeah,
So.
but
how do you come to that conclusion when most of the team is Milan players you picked?
No, it's not most of the team. It's I think even in mine it's 6 Milan players, 5 Inter players.
I have
it's
Inter
6
players.
Inter, 5 Milan. So it's more or less there. But I think the main difference between the two teams is the systems in which they play in.
The coach.
Inter. Or the coach, in other words,
And the
Inter has created and the management, if you want to say it, but Inter has created a system in which they just work really well. There is nothing you can do about it. They work really well. They have really good harmony, and Inzaghi knows what he's doing. Whereas us, if you have our performances from last year and all the matches we've played against Inter, it would look like we are not even in the same stratosphere with Inter because we get trashed every game.
All right. Hey, guys, listen, I got to go. I have a meeting, but unfortunately I have to close. I was enjoying this conversation. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Rajon. Thank you, Ace. Thank you, everybody in chat. Tomorrow, obviously, we'll probably come back and talk about the big game, Rajon.
The game of
the big game. Italy versus Italy. Blue Italy. Blue
Against
Italy
Red.
versus red Italy.
Hey, listen, some people are going to be there. Oh, excited about Spain and Croatia playing together.
Yeah, they don't know.
Amateurs.
They don't
Yeah.
know. They don't know. All right, Roger. Have a good one.
Have a good
Everybody in
one.
chat. Bye.
Have a good one.